Shadowrun and do. Hello, tenderly. It's just the volume here. Do the things to set up all the things that we need to set up the things for. Hopefully this works right now. Sort of went haywire last week. Yeah. Let's see here. Options. Alright, let's try this. Let's try it. Music. Music is fine. Video's not. For whatever reason. Let's see if maybe... Like it was fine until it wasn't. And then... This works. I know this works. I just don't know why the other one doesn't. Doesn't make any sense to me. That's okay. Alright. Continue. Where did I drop off? Alright, we just got back from a museum job, right? So, basically we kind of knocked over a museum and ruined somebody's excavation project. I was trying to, I guess, we got messed up on a deal for an excavation project, and we had to mess somebody else up. So on and so on. Usual corporate museum espionage. The good stuff. Alright. Duncan. I do have to wander around and talk to people. We enter Wu's cabin to find him moving through some sort of stretching routine. His muscles ripple as he flows tranquilly from one pose to the next. You look different, Fistifer. You look different, Fistifer. Do I? Oh yeah, I named this guy Fistifer. Yeah, like I flipped forward a few chapters instead of turning a page. I mean, you look like you, just not the you I knew. Sounds like song lyrics. No more song lyrics for me. I had that dream a long time ago. Remember how Lockjaw used to make fun of my singing voice? He said I sound like a frog with a heart on. I thought my voice was distinctive. I mean, I'm no Maria Mercurial, but so what about you? Gives you a once over. How are you doing? Not too good, thinking about Raymond. I get that. Me too. That's one of the reasons I'm moving through my routine. Helps me stir myself. Still think he's dead? I'm not sure anymore. Not sure means there's still hope. Got enough for me. We keep running. We keep looking. He picks up an ammo box and begins using it like a dumbbell. Hey, Leos. By the way, I gotta tell ya, You're good at running this crew, Christopher. There's something else I don't completely understand. What do you get out of Shadowrun? Out of being a Shadowrunner? It's all about seeing the world for how it really is underneath the veneer. Most people don't want to know how the sausage is made. Shit's fucked up bad. You can see it right there from the outside. No need to look beneath the casing to see what's inside. You're not gonna like it. And even if you're the type that needs to know, the type that can't help but look into the abyss, what do you get out of it? Odds are you get nothing but a much shorter lifespan. Trade-off doesn't really seem worth it to me. At the end of the day, what are you? Shadowrunner, disposable acid, sinless. Slithering through the cracks of society, doing jobs that are too dirty for the corpse to do themselves. You didn't even appear on a corporate balance sheet. Runners can be more than that. They can move their own agenda, fight the power. Yeah, that's right. I've never heard a story where a Shadowrunner did something other than kill someone, steal something, or perpetrate some sort of other shady shit. But good luck with that. He watches you, waiting for you to say something. You thinking about getting chromed up? Cyber? Oh my god, how many times are you gonna ask me that? Oh, at least a couple of dozen more times. You always have the best reactions. Wu grins. His teeth are blindingly white. I told you one time I was thinking about it. When I was 13. Let it go. I'm not gonna pollute my body with that shit. You? You never know. I always thought you might go for it if you had a good enough reason. Just be careful. I heard some stories about folks who went too far with it. Lost some of themselves. Yeah, let's talk later. Sure, you know where to find me. Right by the fishy smell. I don't really know about you, Duncan. Hey, Seattle. Oyster? She spears a gray lump of seafood with a fingernail, extends it to you. It smells like low tide at a municipal pier. Sure, why not? You pop the rubbery wad of flesh into your mouth and chew. An explosion of lukewarm brine is your reward. Good, right? Half-repressed memories of dumpster diving and the Barons dance a merry jig in your brain as the mangled oyster slides down your throat. I've eaten worse. Exactly, right? It might not be fine dining, but it's seafood and it isn't made of soy. That makes it good in my book. She tilts the tin, drains the remaining juice, and then flicks it into the overflowing bin at her side. Sometimes, yeah. So what can I do for you? It's a lot of narration, but it's also a lot of tactical RPG stuff. How do you like life here on the Bold Hole? It's fine. It's shaping up. Having new roomies is always nice. How are you enjoying your cabin? Comfy enough for you? It doesn't have bad. Better than some of the places I squatted in back of the Barrens. Heard stories about the Redmond Barrens. Sounds like a real winner of a place. Calhoun isn't any better, of course, but at least our slice of home is... little slice of home is safe. Oh, that's true. It is handy having a mob boss on our side. Yeah, handy. Hansi Chang is definitely that. Yeah. Yeah. Don't know if I'd say she's on our side, though. Yeah, I know what you mean. She's on her own side. Of course you do. Let's change the subject, huh? I'm not thinking about the old woman right now. Any thoughts about the last run? Gava positively vibrates with excitement, clapping her hands together with a huge grin. That was awesome! Think about it. We broke into some rich jerk's manor house, stole his artifacts so they could go to a museum, and we fought mummies. If that's not the plot of a trade blockbuster, I don't know what it is. Oh, no. Yeah, I got done a little earlier than usual because I finished my game, and then I just played through... I played through another platformer. I played through another NES game. because I just wanted to find something else on the NES to play until I was satisfied. Oh, dang. I've done long shifts before. Ugh. It could be rough. I'm not sure what to think about that mummy's trinket. I've never had a dead person owe me a favor before. I'm not even sure how that works. So be careful when you use that trinket. As long as he does what we tell him to, that's pretty awesome. But if the Trid's taught me anything, it's that mummies are always waiting for an excuse to run around cursing anybody. So what else did you want to chat about? You said that you'd teach me how to be a better Shadowrunner. I'm here to collect. Still remember that, do you? Huh. I just sort of assumed that you'd laugh it off. No dice, wizened mentor. You all are now paid up. Okay, how about this? I'll tell you a story about a run gone bad. You tell me what you've done in the runner's place, and we'll compare notes on our answer. How's that sound? Works for me, I guess. She sweeps a tangled rope of hair out of her eyes and back over one pointed ear. After a moment of silent contemplation, she bites her lip and nods. Okay. So this is a story from early in my career. I was part of a team here in Hong Kong, but I did some occasional moonlighting for another group based out of Macau. I was a busy kid. Go on. Job was a hit on this tower. Sort of a Trid multiplex / apartment complex. I'm sure they got them in Seattle too, you know the kind. 7 huge screens, monster concession stand, coffin apartments on top like barnacles on a whale. I lived in one for a while. Every time they showed an action movie, the walls would shake. Yeah, that'll happen. Client wanted us to break into one of the apartments. Story was that an ex of hers, a guy named Boggs, lived there. She'd been cooped up with him until about a week prior. Then things went sour in a big way. She wanted us to get back some things that Boggs kept when he kicked her out. Scare the shit out of him, bloody up a bit, make it look like a robbery. You know the drill. It was a standard smash and grab then. It was like more of a job for thrill gangers than full-fledged Shadowrunners. Yeah, it was a pretty bush league gig, but the pay was decent enough. Not the sort of thing you turn down. Turning to Siblets, that was our group leader, had a plan. He knew that if we go in quiet, because the Metroplex had a panic system wired directly to the HKPF, if we had gone in shooting, we'd be drowning in the cops within 10 minutes. So we thought we could maybe take advantage of the apartment's terrible soundproofing and kick in Boggs' door when the movie got loud. We camp out near his doorway, wait for the ceiling to start raining plaster, then smash our way in with his neighbors. Then smash our way in with his neighbors none the wiser. Sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, it's pretty close to what John Wilkes Booth did when he assassinated Lincoln. Sid was an amateur historian and used to bore the rest of us to tears. But I guess that it could occasionally come in handy. So we waited in the hall just like Siblets planned. I got on the elevator. Another on stairs. I was waiting by the floor's communal kitchen. Sib took up position by the door. She had these cyber legs that she dumped into a ton of Nuyen into. Hydraulic jacks, strength enhancement still works. Girl could probably press a dump truck. Come to think of it, most of her plans involved kicking things. There's something a little sad about that. Hey, if that was her thing, I wouldn't question it. Yeah, you're pretty supportive. Me, I'd prefer to work for someone who thought with their head instead of with their robot legs. Anyway, we heard a boom from downstairs. Felt the walls shake with reverb. Sib wheeled back and gave the door a massive kick, just as she planned. From where I was standing, I really couldn't see what happened next. I could hear a massive crack as her boot slammed into the Durplast. The door flew off its hinges. Exploded off might be a more accurate phrase. A second later, we heard an ungodly crash. There was a moment of silence. Then Sib let out this little gasp. The apartment was in shambles. It looked like a hurricane had hit it. Everything was trashed, everything but the door, which was still miraculously in one piece. And reminder, this was a coffin apartment, which wasn't much wider than the door was. Wasn't much wider than the door was to begin with. Box, well, what was left of him was under that door too. Well, you got the rough him up part right. Yeah, unfortunately, he wound up a lot rougher than he was supposed to be. The door really did a number on him. Ribs sticking out of the skin, that kind of thing. It was a bloody mess. So yeah, Box was dead. The stuff that we'd been sent to the apartment to recover had been smashed to bits. And then the building alarm went off. That was our situation. Our payday is smashed. Temporary teammates all standing around with their stupid looks on their faces. Cops are coming. I'm standing by the kitchen. She plants her hands on her hips, smiling. What would you have done in my place? Siblings created this situation. You weren't even a part of our team. You were subcontracting. That I couldn't run. Oh no. Damage control. She nods thoughtfully. Fair. That isn't what I did. But I don't think that I don't think that it did cross my mind. So what did you do? First thing that popped in my head. That's a lesson to remember, Seattle. First answer that you come up with is always the one that you're going to have. So just roll with it. Don't second guess yourself. Don't hesitate. Just act. You'll live longer that way. And as for what I did that night, well, standing by a kitchen, remember, I could have cut and run. I looked like any other street kid. I would have blended in. But instead I decided to stay and help my team. When I think crowded theater, I think place where you can't shout fire because it'll cause a panic. And I thought, cops don't charge at a burning buildings. They help people get out of them. And as it happened, I had the means to create real genuine fire, sitting right across from me. A pair of industrial ovens. You set the building on fire? I encouraged it to burn. Opened the gas vents wide, set a range on the timer, and motored back into the hallway. The others started arguing amongst themselves. I told them to snap out of it and follow me down the lobby. We had to clear the hallway out. We had to clear the hallway before an errant spark took up the whole floor out. Unfortunately, the rest of the group wouldn't listen. Sib and the rest of the team too busy arguing about the relative merits of her let's kick things really hard and see what happens tactical system to want anything to do with me. I shouted back to them that the kitchen was going to explode and continued down the hallway. Just like I'd planned, I got out of that run in one piece. So, considered every single one of the people in that multiplex. My fire plan worked beautifully. The rest of the team had listened to me. They might have gotten out of that building, too. Kind of a bummer they didn't, but at least the run turned out well for me. Your team burned to death. How? Well, I didn't collect any payday because the run had been a disaster. After the explosion, I got to ride in the front of the fire truck. They gave me cookies and a blanket. I wound up dating one of those firemen a few weeks later. All things considered, it could have gone a lot worse. Galvin claps her hands together and rubs them. Satisfied look on her face. So, Seattle. Laughter disappears from her voice, and her expression goes serious. It's like somebody flipped a switch. Suddenly, the look in her eyes is shrewd, calculating. Tell me, what was the moral of this story? What was the lesson that I was trying to convey? Don't go on Shadowruns with idiots. Funny guy. Well, there is a lesson, maybe an invaluable one. It isn't the one that what I was trying to convey. Now pay attention. Because this is important. What I was trying to teach you, is that you should trust your impulses. When a run has gone south, and you need to improvise it, don't overthink it. She scratches Folly behind the ears. Once you're committed to doing something, you gotta follow it through. No arguing, no hand-wringing. Just do it. You get caught up in your own head, agonizing over your past mistakes. Well, don't be surprised if you wind up dead. Kitchen fire can take you down as easily as a cop's bullet if you stand around and let it. Are you certain that sibilants and the rest of the Macau team are dead? They weren't with me when I got evacuated from the rest of the moviegoers. I never even saw them leave the building, and I haven't heard from them since. I guess it's possible that somebody made it. I didn't really run in those circles anymore. Odds are good that if anyone from the Macau team did survive, they'd have died off from sheer incompetence. Shadowrunning is an unforgiving business. You don't get to make too many mistakes. Did that stuff in the story actually happen, or did you just make it up for my benefit? Seattle, I'm hurt. It all went down exactly as I said it did. Well, except for a couple of embellishments here and there, but they did make it a better story. Artistic license and all that. Gabbett leans back and stifles a yawn. Madness and folly dart up her left shoulder and lock their beady eyes on you. Hate to break it to you, kiddo, but I'm beat. It's been a long day. Lesson's over for now. We'll pick it back up next time. All right, Gabbett. Yeah, sounds good. I'll have your lesson ready and waiting too. Scurry along now. Your mentor needs a rest. All right. Isabel. Isabel is jacked into the octopus. Her body sits inert, her breathing shallow. As you approach, an image blossoms onto the largest of the octopus's view screens. Hello down there. Good to see you again. She smiles down on you from the monitor, her outline scintillating with blue light white. She looks peaceful, at ease. You really feel at home in the Matrix, don't you? You look happy in there. I suppose that I am. It's a comfort thing. As long as I'm jacked in, I can be whoever I want to be. Whatever I want to be. Out of the meat space, I usually feel uncomfortable in my own skin. I'd probably just live in here if I could. I've heard about Deckers who tried it. It never worked. It never turned out well. Dehydration's a bad way to go. I know, and of course I was joking. But truth be told, I do spend most of my time out there wishing I was back in the air. If you were a Decker, you'd feel the same. It's hard to live in a cage of meat when you know how sweet it is to leave your body behind. Yeah. Any thoughts about the last run? Nope, sorry. Jacking into the octopus is how I relax after a long day of work. Some people go to sports bars or strip clubs. I do this. As a rule, I don't spoil my leisure time with shop talk. But we're already talking shop, aren't we? There's a difference between the job and our lives. It's after hours, and I don't want to talk about work. So, if you wouldn't mind changing the subject. Nice avatar. Isn't it? I spent months customizing this avatar. She feels more real to me than my own skin. Pauses for a moment, considering. Then the avatar shimmers forward, filling the screen. A slight frown crosses her face. You know, Fist, I've been thinking about the question you asked me a little while back. What about the walled city? The one that I dodged. You don't have to make a big thing about it as well. It's fine. It isn't, though. Not really. I cheated you out of an answer I owed you. For what it's worth, I wasn't trying to do that. It's just that talking about the walled city is problematic for me. I understand. I grew up in the Barrens. I know how hard it can be to talk about all this stuff. No, it isn't that. I'm not explaining myself correctly. It is that I'm being tortured by bad memories or anything like that. Problem is, I can't remember my childhood. Walled City, that entire chapter of my life is nothing but a blur to me. I can give you general information about life on the inside. The specifics of my own experience are gone. Gone? What do you mean gone? Do you have amnesia or something? Something like that. There are a variety of factors in play. The upshot of all this is that there are things I can tell you about, but only a few. Only in bold strokes. Don't expect any personal stories. Couldn't share them, even if I wanted to. So if that's okay with you, if you'll be satisfied with trivia and urban legends, then we can talk. Just say the word. Otherwise, well, at least you know why. Give me what you can about the walled city. At this point, anything would help. All right. I can do that. Isabel's avatar turns, begins to place on the screen where she steps spiderwebs of light across the tiled ground of the octopus's sculpted matrix hub. When I think of the walled city, the thing that stands out most in my mind is the legends, mythology of the place. If I hadn't lived with them, I might have found those stories fascinating. Do you know that that Kowloon walled city is supposed to be cursed? That's what the locals believe. He had ghost stories and everything. Ghost? You believe that the slum was cursed? Everyone did. The locals were convinced that the slums had been poisoned forever by things that haunted it. Demons from another place. The Yama Kings. The Yama Kings, derived from the mythical judge of the dead, I presume. That was where they came from, yeah. But the Yama Kings that we told stories about were their own things. Bastardizations of the local myths. It'd probably be easiest to think of them like urban legends. Our own little pantheon of monsters and morality tales. The stories are still clear in my mind even after everything that happened. Everyone in the walled city believed them. You can get out of the walled city if you make a deal with Fumang. Cut the hearts from the 44 people closest to you and bring them to him. He will reward you with riches. Don't go into that arch, or Qianhua will catch you. Qianya will catch you. The avatar grabs at the air, its hands leaving glowing trails as they move. She'll rip out your teeth, tie your tongue in a knot, make you her slave for eternity. We had Shishang, our own homegrown judge of souls. People would let themselves be flayed alive in hopes that he'd reawaken them in a better life. And we had Lam Vai, the ebony queen, who'd teach you to hide so well that you'd slowly mutate no cockroach. The avatar cocks its head, smirking, dismissive gesture. It's all bullshit, of course. But everyone in the walled city believed it. You're so convinced that these things are myths. Why does everyone in the walled city believe in them? Because they're an excuse. My parents and neighbors, their whole generation, invented the things to try to explain away their own failings. I can't get ahead because the demons are keeping me down. Woe is me. Woe is me. It's almost embarrassingly transparent when you look at it. MV turning people into cockroaches? It's just a Kafkaesque trope layered onto a morality tale. Shishang? He's just an Ubis with a different coat of paint. And you know that archway that I mentioned? The one that Qianya was supposed to haunt? I know someone who found it. There's nothing on the other side but concrete. It's all superstitious dribbled fist. Misery in the walled city isn't the fault of demons. Isn't the fault of demons or devils. We created it. We perpetuated it. We blame made-up monsters for our own failings. There's nothing more pathetic than that. What about the shared dreams? How do you explain those away? I don't know. Mass psychosis, or maybe something magical is going on. But it isn't them. They aren't real. They can't be. Anyway, that's enough to chew on now. That's enough for now, huh? I'm sure that gives you plenty to chew on. Hey, for 8-bit gamers, how's it going? My obligation is to give you an answer satisfied, I think. So, let's talk about something else. As you lose your childhood memories, I'd rather not go into it. It's personal. Suffice to say that I've never missed them, at least not until now. Well, if you want to talk about it, I'm a good listener. Great. I'll keep that in mind. You think of anything else that... Oh, I just started mostly going through a lot of the narrative stuff before I get to some more combat here in a little bit. You think of anything else that might help us? I don't know. Maybe. Put some thought into it. Avatar pauses, turns away. After a moment, Isabel's voice pours through the trio speakers. Second thought, maybe I do have an idea. Are you open to taking more work? Of course, kindly sending me new job offers all the time. This wouldn't be work for Eddie Chang. Think of it as a side gig that you'd be doing for me. Got a line on some software that could help us. Can't get to it on my own, though. It's a two-person job, at least. What kind of software? It's hard to explain. It'd be easier for me to just show you. Trust me, it'll help. Had the run planned out already. I've done the legwork, I know the location, I know the target. Just say the word, and I'll send everything I have over to your mission computer. You can look it over, weigh it, decide what you want to do. Send the file. Isabel Avatar closes its eyes for a moment, and it opens up with a smile. Done. You'll find the pertinent documents waiting in your inbox. If you decide to accept the mission, just check the box in the message documentation. It'll ping me my comm link automatically. Alright, can't wait to see what all of this is all about. I'm sure that the briefing I sent you will satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, Fist. This is a good job with a solid plan behind it. You'll see as soon as you've read it. Speaking of which, you should do that now. Say no more, I'll go check it out. Fantastic. Can't wait to see what you think. Hear what you think. Oh my. Yeah, we just ended a job where we stormed a museum and stole a bunch of artifacts and fought mummies and gargoyles. Oh, I need to go down the hatch to talk to Mads Mikkelsen here. Ractor's shop is sweltering hot, even more so than it was the first time you stepped inside. The whir of actuators accompanies the fine motions of manipulator arms that hang from the ceiling. They're turning an object over and over in their articulated hands, smoldering wires and hammering rivets. Ah, my friend, welcome back. Ractor types a series of commands into his bracer. Then the arms relax into an idle posture. He smiles at you, cigarette dangling from his lip. There, that's better. Now, how can I help? What can I do for you? Thank you, tenderly. Yeah. There's a lot of thick and heavy dialogue in this, but most of that is kind of in between the bulk of the gameplay of like strategy RPG stuff, and and doing things like that. But yeah, it's very wordy. So I'm doing my best with it. Thank you. Let's see here. How are you getting along with the other members of the team? Perfectly well, thank you. They all seem confident enough. Haven't been any major personality conflicts so far. So long as they continue performing to an acceptable standard, I can see no reason not to continue our arrangement. Good to run with the team again. If anything changes, let me know. It's important that the team's morale stays high. You don't manage morale, my friend. You manage the team. So as long as we continue to succeed, morale will take care of itself. Any thoughts about the last run? Interesting diversion. The mummies that we encountered were fascinating. Dead flesh, reanimated by the controlling wheel of an astral being bound within. Of course, the notion that these creatures are genuine reincarnations of long-dead humans is ludicrous. There's nothing innately magical about human consciousness. The soul is an antiquated concept and rooted in wistful thinking. Well, thankfully, your deal has earned us the means to summon one of these entities. I should like to study it. Dissection would be best, but given the circumstances, I suppose that external observation will do. Good luck all the same. My notes will be all the richer for it. You're still something of a mystery of the group, Raptor. Mind if I ask you a few questions? No, I don't mind. Not at all. Can't promise that my answer will satisfy your curiosity, of course, but you may certainly ask. What was it like growing up in the Russian Republic? Tumultuous, as you might expect. You probably aren't old enough to remember the Euro Wars, but I am. I know bits and pieces of the history, but I didn't live through it. Well, the wars were formative experiences for Russians of my generation. Not traumatic per se, certainly not as they were for the Germans or the Finns and the Poles, but important nonetheless. My country was the instigator of the first Euro War back in '30. I remember the rhetoric, hardships of living under a wartime economy, the rampant xenophobia that took hold. I remember how we all cheered when our forces invaded Poland. 3 months, and that's all it took for our military to crush meager resistance. The Poles could bring to bear. It was quite the source of national pride at home. I remember our drive into Germany and the desperate bid to reclaim the eastern portion of that country for ourselves. Just think about the symbolic significance of such an act. An audacious move, for sure, to be sure, but Secretary Karpunen was determined to make history. Audacious move. You're talking about the overthrow of a sovereign nation, not a maneuver in a chess game. Yes, that's right, and the deaths of tens of thousands of people and the destruction of the infrastructure, the economy of nearly 40 million others. Those are impressive numbers, yes, and they represent tragedy on a grand scale. Nations at war seldom concern themselves with such things. I do believe that Kropotkin was more concerned with the opinions of his own people than he was with his place in the history books, and in truth, I cannot fault him for this. For the 4 months that the war lasted, he did bring the country together. But alas, the Nightwraith incident put an end to our march and sent our forces in a full retreat. Wait, there were ghosts there? He chuckles to himself. No, my friend, the British aerospace Nightwraith is a fighter bomber with stealth capabilities. These were the machines that raid fire on our troops, or reported to have at any rate. No one has ever come forward to accept the responsibility for the attack, regardless of who was behind it. The result was the same, wave on wave bombings that targeted our forces and the Germans alike, coupled with the assassinations of dozens of military leaders. A devastating, synchronized operation, expertly carried out over the course of a single night. At home, viral attacks shut down our power grids. Hundreds of thousands of Russian homes found themselves without heat or electricity in the dead of winter. O'Shea scuttles forward, allowing the rigger to rest his hand on the sloping metal of its chassis. Raptor stares at his own deformed reflection in the metal of the drone's body, a sad smile on his face. I remember huddling under a mountain of cheap blankets that my mother had piled on my bed. They did little to protect me from the cold, but there was something that I could hang on to. Something tangible that I associated with warmth, comfort, and home. There, as my body trembled and I watched my breath frost over, a horrible truth descended upon me. We had caused this. We were the villains of the first year of war. First time I came face to face with what Karpunen's folly had brought us. And there, under that ridiculous heap of rags, I came to realize what would surely come to pass. They were all thought us villains, and they would treat us like villains. We would be pariahs on the international stage, crippled by retributive sanctions. We would never live down the shame. He wipes his hands as if cleaning them. A wry smile spreads across his face. And then the AFA invaded Greece and Spain, sparking off Euro War II. We redeployed our troops to help repel them, and all was made right again. I had to imagine that you still had enemies in Poland and Germany, even after the start of the Second War. Oh, we were still regarded with suspicions, of course. But all of Europe might have fallen if it hadn't been for our help. In essence, we took back our reputation at gunpoint. Not an ideal solution, I admit, but it worked. Within the span of 4 months, we Russians had gone from nobodies to a terrible threat to the unlikely saviors in the eyes of the Western world. Studying exactly how this happened had taught me a great deal about human psychology and social dynamics. Human psychology? You say that as if you weren't one. Just a figure of speech, my friend, nothing more. Now, shall we talk about something else? Surely there are more interesting and relevant things to discuss. You mentioned that the Second Euro War was sparked off by the AFA. Who are they? Ah, yes, I suppose that you wouldn't know. They were only active for the years surrounding the conflict, after all. Oh, okay, never mind. This shouldn't really come as a surprise. Right, of course. We should have foreseen that weakening the Europe's defenses would open the door to outside aggression. Ultimately, the AFA did what any hawkish power would have done in their position, given their circumstances. It would have been foolish not to. So what happened? How did the war end? The AFA folded in 1937 after Jazir's assassination. A lucky thing for us, too. The body count would have been a great deal higher. Here's that they were active. AFA gave us a hell of a fight. Did you ever directly from Russia to Hong Kong? No, between my years in Nizhny Novgorod and my time here in Haoi, I spent a year in the free city of Berlin. That was where I got my feet wet as a Shadowrunner. You see, I ran with a team of anarchists for a time. Learned the ropes of the occupation and went under their tutelage. Anarchists, huh? Must have been interesting. It was, to a point. They were disorganized, to be sure, but perfectly capable. We enjoyed a certain level of camaraderie when we ran together. Sadly, we're no longer on the best of terms. An opportunity arose, and I seized it. In so doing, I left Berlin for Hong Kong without so much advance notice. My absence made life difficult for them, and they blamed me for their hardships. You're a grown man. If you wanted to leave, you are under no obligation to stay. Thank you for taking my side, but I can see their point as well. As I said, my departure caused some complications for them. That said, I haven't lost any sleep over it. I merely did what I had to do. Alright. Ultimately, I would say that my time in Berlin was quite educational. Different from my earlier life in Russia, to be sure. As I said, the experience was invaluable. Ultimately, though, Haoi is probably better suited to my sensibilities. Also, life in Hong Kong is more structured than it is in Berlin. Things make sense here in the way that the flux state. I have an orderly mind, everything in its place, neatly labeled and filed away. This approach is what allows me to make sense of the world. To say that people I knew in Berlin thought differently would be an understatement. Why did you move from Russia to Berlin? It holds his tongue for a moment, considering. When we first met, I told you I parted ways with the Grecian Aviaco under unfortunate circumstances, yes? Something like that, sure. These same circumstances led me to Berlin. These same circumstances led me to Berlin. I was wronged, and I wouldn't find recourse in Russia. I suppose there's no sense in being vague. I'll tell you the story if you want to hear it. Please, lay it on me. You may remember that the self-repair system I mentioned last time we met. A module that would allow Koshei or any sufficiently equipped drone to repair itself. I told you that my research had been lost. That was not strictly true. It was stolen by a pair of colleagues who I had long considered friends. They were researchers from my old lab. They turned against me, stole our work, in truth, my work, and defected. Thank you for the hydrate, Gondolierian. This is a lot of reading. Doing okay. Kind of just getting started, doing a lot of reading of lore. Why would they do that? Desperation and ambition. They'd always been fixated on getting out of Russia. Grecian Aviacorp was a nationalized corporation, and they would never get rich as cogs in a government-controlled machine. In our project, they saw a key to breaking away and earning our fortunes. Never mind the fact that I was opposed to the idea. Did you have any leads as to where they might have gone? Yes, the two had long spoken about moving to Berlin. Such was true of many great academics in Russia. My homeland is a bureaucratic dictatorship, you see. There's little personal freedom, and there are many rules to be followed. As you might imagine, the stable anarchy of the flux state can be an alluring concept to those who live under totalitarian rule. Berlin is much romanticized back home. Makes sense. If you spent your life tied up in bureaucracy, you could do worse than moving someplace with no rules. Oh, the flux state has rules, my friend. They aren't codified, but they most certainly do exist. Should you ever travel there, you'll want to remember that. But I digress. In the hunt for my traitorous colleagues, Berlin was my only lead. I decided that I would travel there at best. I would find them, and at worst, it would be a good place to rebuild my life. There's a squeal of tortured metal as Koshei drags its iron claws across the iron grating that covers the floor. Raptor glances down at the drone, and it goes calm. He takes a deep breath and continues. It took me over a year to locate my former friends. It was a long, painstaking search, but I was nothing if not determined. I finally found evidence that they'd used my research as a bargaining chip to secure positions at Ares, and that they were here in Hong Kong. And so you came here, to Haoi. I picked up and left the next day. My old team was upset to be sure. Lucky Strike in particular howled for my blood, but I know where my priorities lie. And so, here I am, and here they are. Soon, I'll be ready to act. I must really thank you for inviting me to the team. Your abilities will be invaluable when the time finally comes to make my move. Assuming, of course, that you'd be willing to help. Of course. Something tells me that you weren't surprised when I invited you onto the team. You were waiting for this, weren't you? I thought that it might go over better if you believed it to be your idea. It would seem that I was right. I am on the team, after all. Yes, you are, and you're right. I, for one, would be happy to help you. When you're ready, just say the word. Thank you, my friend, but this is a discussion for another day. We aren't ready to hit an RS facility yet, and there's more intelligence to gather before we make our move anyway. When the time comes, I'll let you know. Stolen research means more to you than money, doesn't it? Yes, much more. It was my life's work. It was important. Reducing it to a bargaining chip was a deadly insult, both to me and to all those who would benefit from my work. I don't think I've seen you get this intense about anything. I suppose that's probably true. This is a matter where that's near to my heart. Indeed, it ties to the guiding philosophy of my life. Tell me, are you familiar with the concept of transhumanism, the transformation of humanity as a species by technological means? Huxley coined the term in the late 50s, I believe. Yes, that's right. The seeds of the idea trace back to even further, to the 1920s and JBS Haldane, but it was Huxley who popularized it. Now the transhumanist vision has progressed beyond philosophy. It's fact. Look around you. Cybernetics are a fact of everyday life. The synthesis of man and machine is the crowning achievement of meta-humanity as a people. I believe that we are well on our way to a truly post-human future, one in which the synthesis of man and machine is perfected to the point to where the terms become interchangeable. And in such a future, a capacity for unlimited self-repair be indistinguishable from immortality. You can see then, this is... you can see then why the theft of my research came as such a blow. My former colleagues hadn't been just stolen from me. They'd taken my contribution. Well, I mean, you know... They'd taken my contribution to the future of our species and reduced it to a bargaining chip. Yeah, I get it. I'd be upset too. I was more than upset, my friend. I was livid. I still am. But all will be made right in the fullness of time. I'm nothing if not a patient man. I can wait. With that, I'm afraid I'm going to have to bid you good night. I've taken care of a break for one evening. There's still work to be done, and it would be lax of me to put it aside any longer. Thanks, Raptor. It was interesting. Good night. See you later, Mads Mikkelsen. Alright. Oh. Okay. You're watching this, you decided to listen to my job offer. That's a good thing. I wasn't convinced that you would. Our target's a local Decker, former Wampoan. In the Matrix, his handle is Rhombus. He has the software that he needs. Unfortunately, he's unassailable from the Matrix, and nobody knows where he lives in meat space. But I know where he's going to be. There's an event coming up that Rhombus can't afford to miss. He might already be on his way there. As you're reading this message, Deckers from all over Asia, white hat and black hat alike, converging on the Harbor Spires Hotel. This year, Harbor Spires is hosting DeckCon, the Hong Kong's largest annual decking convention. Rhombus is going to be there, and that gives us an opportunity. We're going to hit the convention, find him in meat space, and get the software away from him. We're going to do it quietly. Enclosed, you'll find a copy of the plan that I've worked out for the run, presented in bullet point format. Everything should be fairly straightforward. Image winks off the screen, replaced by a blinking cursor. As you watch, the screen begins to fill with lines of simple instructions. I'll provide you and another runner with your choice. I'll I'll provide you and one other runner of your choice with visitor passes for the convention. I'll proceed ahead of you using my own guest badge. I don't know. I will hide in the women's laboratory on the first floor. You will enter via the kitchen and procure me a uniform for the catering staff. Please be sure that the uniform is sized for. We will rendezvous. I will change the uniform, and using it, I will infiltrate the administrative wing on the 6th floor. You will proceed into the convention hall and await further instructions. Using the admin computer, I will identify Rhombus via his guest registration form. Once I have done this, I will alert you via comlink. I will upgrade your badge to VIP status, granting you access to the VIP wing of the hotel. You will tell Rhombus that he has been granted VIP status and offer to escort him to a complimentary hotel room. You will escort him to a room that I designate and hold him there. I'll jack out of the Matrix and make my way from the admin wing to your room. We will intimidate Rhombus, beat the tar out of him, or beat the tar out of him until he gives us the software. We will tie and gag Rhombus and stuff him into a storage closet. It will not be gentle. It's okay if he starts crying. Actually, please prioritize this. I want to see tears. Suffer till we will make our escape. Alright, cool. See, it's a simple plan, just like I said. You should be able to get through it without firing a shot. So, will you do it? Will you help me to get the software I need? Pre-recorded footage of Whistlebell winks off the screen. Real-time feed of her Matrix avatar replaces it. Excellent, I knew I could count. Saddle up, Fist. This is gonna be fun. Alright, cool. Open the jobs directory. Be pending jobs. Shadowrun BBS pay data? Oh. What do we got? What do we got? Nothing else to do on the computer, so that's that. I think I did everything else. Alright. I've got a few things to do. Before I do any kind of other jobs. 2 men in dirty Sith leather jackets look up from their conversation at your approach. They both look haggard. Their shoulders slump with exhaustion. Neither appears to have shaved this morning. What do you want, man? We're talking here. I'm new in town. Figured I'd pay to make all the connections I can. You chose the wrong day, stranger. We're moving further downstream, and we're doing it today. There's something wrong with this place. Too many bad dreams. Yeah? What sort of bad dreams? The kind that bite. You'll see it too if you stay here long enough. The long haul and the thing in the ivory crown. Already seen it. Licks his lips, nodding. Lots of people in town dreamed it. There's something like it. The folks I talked to, there were a bunch of different versions. Some people turned away from the corridor. Went down the alleys, that kind of thing. I've never even set foot in the walled city before, stranger, so tell me, why the hell am I dreaming about it all of a sudden? I don't even know what the damn thing looks like on the inside. I think there's something strange going on. Something magical. The walled city is where it's coming from. It's a curse. Nothing else it could be. Everyone knows that place is haunted. A living hell full of evil spirits and poison key. If you're not careful, you'll wind up trapped inside with the rest of that human garbage. Companion cuts in. You catch a healthy whiff of alcohol in his breath. That isn't gonna happen to us. No way. Only the lowest of the low wind up in Walled City. So like you said, we're going further downstream. As soon as we get our things packed, we're out of here. Damn right, this place is dump anyway. Let's try our luck in Macau. Hell with this place. You could say the same to you. You're staying here in Hawaii after all. The three of us, you're the one who probably needs, who's the most likely to need it. All right. All right, dudes. Have fun. The blown up movie theater. What have I got item wise anyway? Yeah, I wouldn't be the first person to ask about that. Yeah, it's one of those. What are those? Who was that? Never heard of him. Where? So yeah, my character is Christopher the Orange, an orc, a street samurai, a sniper, a puncher. Hey, Babylon Zul. Goes by the handle Fist. I mean, it's a good long quest. I mean, it's pretty much a full game, not really an expansion pack, because I mean, you know, you're starting off with a new character. It's a new storyline that takes place 2 years after Dragonfall, which Dragonfall and Returns kind of take place like just around the same time. I think like yeah, Dragonfall is like 2 or 3 weeks after Returns, if I'm remembering right. But this is like 2 years after that, so. Oh gosh. So yeah, Hong Kong is, so far it's pretty good. It's got some really good quests, some really good like UI and interface and kind of usability improvements that were badly needed in the first couple of games, especially with inventory management and maneuvering around the field. Makes things a lot easier in that aspect. Some of the flakiness of grammatical structure that was in the first game and not really given good checks is back. Like they improved on actually doing better grammar checking, better writing and better writing reinforcement in Dragonfall. And like while the lore is solid in this, and there's a lot of lore, the quality of it, the quality of the way that of the writing structure has slipped a bit. So I don't know. It's mostly really good though. It's mostly really good. All right, we have to go visit around to everybody to sort of push certain things forward. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be doing some I'm definitely gonna be doing Shadows of Hong Kong after this. Okay. Hope you're doing well with the prosthetic brain. Hopefully, my plan is I'm going to be playing this well, on Fridays and Saturdays, so I'll probably be able to finish this and the expansion, because the expansion is only like a 1-day stream thing, so probably be able to finish this all like just before the last weekend of September. I might have one extra day for the expansion, but yeah, because I'm gonna be doing this on Friday and Saturday as well the next couple of weeks, and any free slots that I get. And if it looks like I'm going to be, if it looks like I'm way behind after I finish Sea of Stars, I have like 4 more days to really knock this out afterwards. Or actually, well, I mean, counting the 2 days I'm already doing this, 6 more days. So, but I'm not really worried about running out of time on this game, like I was with Dragonfall. Because Dragonfall just went on and on after a certain point, and part of that was just weird stuff going on with tech things that got in the way, especially when my graphics card died and I had to replace it. And yeah, but we're doing we're doing okay now. Oh. Whoa. Oh. So last night I beat Dungeon Magic. And then I did a playthrough of Biomiracle Bakute Upa, which is a old Konami platformer from 1988. Basically more famous for getting rejected by Nintendo in public, even though they would kind of rip off some design aesthetics and mechanics later on. Or, well, I mean, not necessarily Nintendo, but HAL would kind of use that as some of their stuff, some of the designs of it as a template with Kirby, the early Kirby stuff. So much I find it kind of doubly ironic. But yeah, no, the Babyland or Biomiracle is really interesting, since it's like one of the few games that Howard Phillips publicly rejected in the press. Kind of out of hand move, and kind of unprofessional, honestly. But it was a good game, though. It's a good game. All right. Why is this still open? I was messing with the first of some Starfield mods offline. I'm not streaming Starfield because I don't think my computer can handle it and OBS trying to push at the same time. But I'm having silly fun with it. I'm having lots of silly fun with it. Yeah. It's good. I enjoy it. But why, if it isn't the young one, it is the young one before. Can't you see we're busy? Yeah, I mean, it does a lot. It gives you a lot of things to do, which I'm really satisfied with. And yeah, you can't, you can't kind of explore around you can't kind of fly around the galaxy efficiently and get lost or whatever in random places, but there's other games for that. There's other games for that. I mean, if I wanted to just, if I wanted to just fly into nowhere, I would just boot up No Man's Sky. Which I liked No Man's Sky, but there's a reason that I don't play No Man's Sky anymore. Because it feels too much like work. It feels too much like work and not enough like a game anymore. But yeah, Starfield reminds me a bit of like, it's just really cool. Yeah, it's just, it throws a lot at you, and like early on, and this is kind of a justifiable complaint that it didn't throw enough at you, and there's a lot of messed up reasons behind it. Namely, they had a studio flood, and they were kind of forced out the door super early. Hello Games had a studio flood, and then their production was kind of forced out the door, having lost like a year and a half worth of work, and not being able to really make up for that. But they've made up for it since then, and made up for it almost to the point of detriment, since there's just a lot of stuff that you can do in the game now, and it's like overwhelming. I think the perfect spot for No Man's Sky was probably around 2.0, probably on the next expansion, where they did put in all the work that they needed to make all the folks that were mad at the start happy, and then they added a lot of extra things. But yeah, since then they just kept pushing and pushing, and it's just become more of, I don't know. It feels like it's a way more of an obligation than a fun game now. I'm talking about No Man's Sky, which is unfortunate. Glad that people still enjoy it, but you can't stream because of Baldur's Gate 3. Some point I'm gonna play that. Oh my gosh. Jin glances up at you, then returns to the game. Ugh, can't you see we're busy? You never mind him. Is there something else you need? Thanks, good luck with your game. Appreciate it, young man. We'll be seeing ya. Who else? That's Reliable Matthew. I don't really need to talk to. Huh? Sailors? Three people, possibly locals, are busy hunched over, avidly discussing something beneath their breath. From the looks of them. Who was that? They appear to be sailors. Rough-hewn clothes stained by salt, leathery skin, and an acute awareness of being on land. They watch their feet shuffled awkwardly on the docks. Oh no! Other feet shuffle awkwardly by the docks. Their whispers are just within earshot. No, I asked Crafty, and she said the same. Them dreams is bad. Think we'll lose them at sea? We're supposed to set out soon to make that delivery. But they follow us. See the man shudder. Hey, I don't think so. Crafty said these things are just affecting right here for now. First sailor points to the ground. As soon as we sail, dreams will stop. Hey! Third sailor sees you and taps her friends on the shoulder, on the arms. They shoot upright. One examines his fingernails, another coughs loudly and begins to hum. Last pretends she didn't see you. When you sense their continued stare, the third speaks up. What are you looking at, Landy? I overheard you talking about the dreams. I've had them too. You feel an uneasiness pass through the sailors. It seems anyone who comes by these parts is having them. As soon as they leave, the dreams stop. Right eerie it is. Any leads on why they're happening? We don't know much ourselves. We only just returned from our last delivery. Dreams ambushed us fast enough. Hey, what about that Crafty? Sailor turns to you. She runs the Five Phases. Smart girl. Might know a thing or two about this blight. You ask her. She might have something more to say. There was a boat here with merchants selling goods not too long ago. You leave? Three sailors' suspicion turns to smirks. One snickers to herself. Merchant, he says. That crook didn't so much as leave as he was chased off by Kindly. No sales permit. Not a big loss, though. Local shops have way better stuff than that small-time hustler. Why don't you look around? You'll find the shop owners here are more friendly towards you. Now that you got the okay from Kindly. Okay. Thanks for the tip. They all exchange a look. First sailor responds, right. Stay careful around these parts. Didn't mean to interrupt. See you around. Hopefully it gets sorted out soon. Let's go to Crafty again. See if maybe she's got something new. Nothing new. Handsome Lee. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Before I talk to Handsome Lee, we ought to talk to another guy. Steven Dynamite. Good name. A disheveled man in filthy rags teeters on the sidewalk, wobbling on unsteady legs. His bloodshot eyes dart about desperately, and the acrid, sweet odor that wafts off of him buzzes unpleasantly in their nostrils. You okay, man? You have to help me, man. His teeth grind, and as his grip tightens, his hand feels like a vice. I need your help. Break his grip. Man is thrown to his knees on the pavement. His mouth forms a comical O. He looks up at you, and a crooked smile cracks his ruined face. He makes an unsteady bow in your general direction. I could use someone like you. I'd make it worth your while. Peers up with you, eyes wide with expectation. Worth my while, huh? I'm listening. Man gets back up on his feet with some difficulty and leans into you to speak. Glancing closer, you notice that his tattered clothing bears designer logos. I want you to take a message from me to Handsome Lee. Never heard of him. Now, who are you, and why are you touching me? I'm Steven! Steven Dynamite! He nods eagerly, desperation in his eyes. A sluggish tongue wipes itself over the cracked skin of his lips. Look, you gotta help me. I've been poisoned. Crap that Lee sold me put me through bad things in my head. Whenever I close my eyes, I see dank, narrow tunnels. So many hands grabbing razor sharp teeth gnawing in that children. Bad things in your head. Are you talking about hallucinations? Not exactly. More like nightmares. They feel very real. Teeth biting. Faces I knew. You know, this whole nightmare thing has been going around. It isn't just you. No, this isn't that. I'm telling you. I was poisoned. I know it. You'll help me, won't you? All right. I'll do what I can. Tell Lee that what he's done to me. I need relief. Tell him what I want. What do you want? I want my money back. His reedy voice wavers. He stops and says no more. Poisoned, nightmares, money back. Got it. Anything else? Please come back. And please, hurry. Okay, dude. Poisoned, alright. Sure. Of course. Alright. I found Handsome Lee already. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta grab something real quick. Oh, I'm back. What did you do to fix it, or did you have to do anything at all, or just wait a while, or what? Huh. Yeah, maybe it was just a weird outage. That's strange. Yeah, sometimes I've had that too. Thank you, thank you. It's muggy out, even in Halo for monsoon season. You pause to mop your brow. Suddenly you feel eyes upon you. As you glance up, you meet the tranquil, searching gaze of a man half hidden in the shadows. He's wearing a crisp, white-tailored suit. Shirt sleeves neatly rolled, with dark gray silk tie and smart black trousers. If he's sweating, you don't see it. The man tilts his head ever so slightly in greeting. A newcomer, welcome. He flashes you a brilliant smile. Eyes glinting with amusement. You can barely detect a faint. You can just barely detect a faint trace of accent in his voice. Handsome Lee's the name, purveyor of enhanced sensory experiences. I can tell that you've got some tales to tell. You mentioned you sold enhanced sensory experiences. Let's see what you got. Oh. Oh. You're not from around here, are you? His smile flickers briefly. He's got a decent poker face, but you can see that he's rattled. And, why do you ask? You've got an accent, Lee. You don't act like a local. You're refined, I guess. You don't belong on the street. You're right. I'm not from Hayway. Going? I was born in Taiwan. I was forced to flee during the Nationalist War. You hear a slight accent as well. Seattle? Emphasis on the slight. Corner of his lip curls smugly. Sure move, apparently. Good guess. Richmond Barons. Handsomely suddenly fixes you with his gaze, sizing you up. His face is impassible. Nasty place. It toughened me up. It's something to be ashamed of. I know exactly what you mean. My own life experiences have left me ready for anything. Turn this down a little bit. But we can discuss this another time, yes? Let's talk about business now. I am a businessman after all. So how about friend? Can I show you my wares? I ran into someone with a message for you. I think I can guess. Stephen Dynamite? If you're so smart, can you guess what his message is? From an avid consumer like Stephen, there's only one possible message. More. Actually, there are two possible messages, and the second one goes, my dealer poisoned me. With a myriad of drugs that Stephen filters through his system, it's almost an honor to be singled out this way. That said, I seriously doubt that I poisoned him. What do you think? He wants his million back. There was absolutely nothing wrong with my latest creation. It was painstakingly designed to elevate the senses and titillate the spirit. A smooth high that I have indulged in myself. Now, if the unfortunate Stephen happened to dilute my masterpiece with other lesser substances, I could hardly be held responsible. You can use all the flowery language you want. I'm not leaving here empty-handed. There's no money, not anymore. I have expenses, just as I'm sure you do. But here, give this to Stephen, my regards. What's in the package? A freebie. It's what our dear Stephen Dynamite really wants, whether he admit it or not. Deliver with my compliments. This... His brain is pudding anyway. More drugs won't help him. Of course they won't, but they will bring relief. And if I'm not mistaken, that's what Stephen is itching for right now, correct? Relief is the exact word that he used. I told you I know Stephen well enough to guess when he'll be desperate for another hit. So why? So his addiction is the entire problem? Is that why he's suffering so much? No, I'm just not surprised to hear from him now because it was time. But I can't explain these unusual dreams he's having. Anyway, take this. Give it to him. It should help him, at least in the short term. Alright, Lee, I'll take them to him. Very well. Please let me know how it goes when you're done. Okay, thanks. Alright. Time to go deliver some drugs over by the third. I mean, we are, right? Stephen Dynamite lolls on the sidewalk. While he jerks less as he moves, his skin is taking on a gray hue. His chest heaves with each labored breath. Hello, I'm relieved to see you. Thought you might not return. Can't trust anyone. This is a bad place. Hey, Steve, I hate to say it, but you're not looking so hot. I don't want to sleep because of the nightmares. I'm ravenous, so ravenous, but food makes me ill. I've got the shakes real bad, too. I just want this to end. Anyway, thanks for talking to that little bastard for me. So, you got my money? He didn't have your money. He gave me this to pass off to you instead. Oh. Just to warn you. It's the exact same stuff that you thought was poison. Maybe kicking the habit would be a better idea. It's practically ruined you, man. It's purely circumstantial that I picked up drugs as my escape. I just seek out another dependency. So I might as well take least free hit. Pack it, please. Hey, you can do whatever you want. I'm not here to judge you. Junkie's trembling hand shoots out. Well, do I want to... Can't let you do this to yourself. If you take another hit, and I'm gonna hit you. Got it? That's just completely... I'll be a flip proud of bleeding sad sacks like me. I didn't really want that hit anyhow. I'm gonna do you a favor by taking this packet away from you. Yeah, sure you are. I am trying to help you, Steven. I want you to tell me about these dreams of yours. You want to ask me about dreams? Why? Because some really weird stuff is going down in this town, and your story might help shed some light on it. These aren't ordinary dreams. They're visions. They're so real. I put all kinds of substances into my body, and I never experienced anything like this. You're practically raving the last time that we talked. Explaining your dreams to me clearly this time. Oh, why so many drugs, Lee? Because I need them. I used to get my kicks from explosives. I love blowing stuff up, seeing glass splintering while disintegrating, flickering of flames licking the sky. Not anymore. Now I stick to Needles and pills. Were you a Shadowrunner? Not so much. I was a bomb maker. I designed custom ordnance. It was a dream job, very lucrative. Megacorps couldn't get enough of the devices I invented. I was too high on my own ego to wonder what they were up to. Sound like a pyro. What were Megacorps doing then? They were fueling wars. They were often managing to sell them in both sides in conflicts all over the world. Casualties be damned. So by selling to them, there's blood on your hands. It's not even as simple as that. I thought my bombs were used in wars against militias, mercenaries, and armies, and I didn't think of them as people. But the weapons I developed were used against civilian targets. I'm from Guizhou. Sichuan has taken over much of the province, but the pockets of resistance remain. There are big political struggles, actions removed from the lives of ordinary people. Yet the village where I lived in Guizhou was annihilated. There are tobacco farmers, winemakers, peasants, not military. I recognize the distinctive pattern as the traces that were left behind. Those were my bombs, used to shatter the landscape of my childhood. How about Sichuan want to bomb a village? To break the spirit of the people. And broke mine. I just want to forget. Drugs help sometime. When your village was bombed, did you lose anyone that you knew? I knew them all, from the frailest elders to little children. My own family died too. Even our army's close. Pyromaniac inventors don't fit in well with our agricultural backwaters, but they were my only kin. Wow. This game can be dark. Really dark. Alright, Steve, I get the picture. Now tell me about your dreams. I go walking through a series of dark, narrow halls. It stinks to high heaven, and I run into more and more people as I move forward. People aren't jostling me, but I'm starving, and I haven't eaten for days. I just want some food, so I press on. I start seeing children in the crowd, children with terrible burns, disfigured faces, all the people grabbing at me. Then I see teeth from around me. Feel the teeth on me. Okay, Steve. I think I get what's going on here. I guess I should be feeling guilty about making the bombs, huh? All the blood on my hands. I can feel it all the time. It's just like bombs. I don't want anyone to get hurt. You should just, made them for show and not for go, then. How am I ever going to make this go away? Well, I live with myself. The drugs help me forget, but... Well... Well... You could start by helping some kids who are stealing your bomb schematics back. Helping kids stealing my... I wouldn't even know where to begin. Need time to think. You can show those megacorps that they can't use you. Plot your revenge. I honestly wouldn't mind my expertise to get using my expertise against those bastards. Might be reason enough to get clean. I'll tell you what. I'll think about it. I'll think real hard. The thinking about it isn't going to be enough. You need to do something. Yeah, I will. I will. I promise. Yeah, we're going to push people in horrible directions all game. Makes for a more interesting game. Oh.
was that? A wiry elven woman leans over the bar, propped up on one elbow. She glances back at you over her shoulder as you approach, lifting a half-empty glass to her lips. The selection here is total crap. It's cheap. If you're not looking for quality, you're going to be really disappointed. Damn, and I was hoping for some classic cocktails. The woman snorts and clips her pinky into her drink to fish a stray gnat. If you ask real nice, I think they got some tonic water in the fridge. Aside from that, you're as likely to get drain cleaner as you are from a splash of bitters. Even a simple Manhattan's probably beyond the means of this joint. Call me Xfield, by the way. Maybe we can help each other. Nice to meet you, I'm Fist. I got good eyes for people in the business. Believe me, you smell like Shadowrunners and Nuyen. Plus, everybody here's been talking about Kindly's new hired help. I'm out here for work. You need any backup? I'm available. What's your specialty? I'm what eggheads call a mystic adept. Kind of a physical adept magician. I throw spells and I can kill with a touch. I'm rarer than unicorns, my friend. Cheers. Where are you from anyway? All over, really. Born and raised in Sydney, but ever since I was 15, I've been traveling anywhere there's work. Not a whole lot of opportunities for a street kid whose only skills relate to beating people up. I've lived in Paris, London, Vladivostok, Caracas. Hell, I even spent a year in Johannesburg, but Oceania's full of assholes. Cantonese pretty good. I don't hear an accent. That's because it's chipped. My only concession of cyberware. When you move around as much as I do, linguasoffts pay for themselves pretty quickly. They're not perfect, but they get the job done. How'd you get into this life? I grew up on the streets, running with gangs. Turns out if you get in enough street fights and have magical potentials, thugs just naturally express themselves. Things just naturally express themselves. Once that happened, I realized I could charge a lot more than protection rackets I'd been running. Besides, it's not like I know how to do anything else. I've never been to school. I'm sinless. What am I gonna do? Panhandle for change? Shake down suffer shacks for beer money? No, thanks, mate. I'd rather life last. Hit hard and burn out. I'd rather live fast, hit hard, and burn out. Any good runner stories? Yeah, I think I got a couple. This time I signed on with some mercs in Eastern Europe. I had a job to do near Krasnodarsky Krai, lifting some Abkhazian military software. That was pretty simple. We'd halo jump from a drone onto the Russian side of the border, hike in towards the Abkhazian research facility, and blast our way in. Abkhaz forces were supposed to be Matrix hotshots. Crap in ground combat. Simple, right? No plan ever survives first contact with the enemy, though. Turns out the Abkhazian army had contracted out base securities and winter systems. We started getting cut apart before we'd even breached the first cordon. Did you have to bug out? Mercs were in pretty dire straits financially. It was a do-or-die situation for them, literally. They owed too many debts, and if they couldn't deliver, we'd have been killed. They'd have been killed, so we pushed in. We were down to 5 of us by the time we got to the main facility. Out of the mercs, Vaclav was a rigger. We were hunkered down in the vehicle bay with a decker who did his business, and Vaclav realized one of the APCs hadn't been properly locked down, and it was still gassed up. Came out of the base with 30mm cannon blazing away. Our exit was down to the coast, a riverine patrol boat the mercs had on standby. It was some nervous fighting, but we managed to get out. Bit full of holes, but we survived. And that's what counts, hey? See you later, X. See ya. You know where to find me if you need me. And we're kind of wandering around, kind of opening up some more dialogue. Hey, my fellow countryman returns. You want some chips and dip? Help yourself. It's on the engine block. A spider drone walks past you, carrying a biohazard bag with a severed arm in it. There's a big Sahara Combat League race tonight. Everybody's coming over. You want to come? No, I bet Conley's keeping you busy. You're from Newcastle, Midwest. How'd you land in Hong Kong? Well, that's a long story and kind of personal. It involves some jobs, a girl, real good reason to leave Chicago, a whole shit ton of guns and money. Guns and money were involved. Sounds like a good story. Shadowrunning? Yeah, stuff like that. I was a hardcore vehicle rigger back then, back before Johnny Law cracked down on road rigs. Man, those were the cowboy days. Freaky as hell, but great to remember. We'd really build trucks in chop shops, reinforce the frames, bolt armor on, and mod the suspension with robotics, drive them right through the front windows of buildings, and bash aside Lone Star cruisers on the way out. Good times. You can't do that in Hong Kong. You get auto barricades and a missile enema. Crying shame. Anyway, I needed to get out of Chi-Town. Spread my wings. You know how that goes. Chicago? You know a guy on TV named Squirt Purpler? Oh wait, no, this was 20 years before. This is 20 years before. Half of the Neo Scum weren't even alive by then. Chicago, are you following the news of the quarantine? Yeah, I am. It's a terrible thing that happened there. My old hood is inside the containment zone. A lot of good peeps. A lot behind that wall. Supposedly it's insect spirits, but it's being covered up. I know. I saw the leaked material too. Some of the footage is pretty convincing. Megavitus plague, bug spirits. I'm not sure which is more scary. Hell, maybe it's The Walking Dead. Think about it. We got at least 4 HMH VW VD variants. It's only a matter of time before we get zombies. I take zombies over the bug spirit things. Tell you what. Hong Kong seems like a long way to go just to get a break from Chicago. Sometimes a guy just needs a change of scene. Girl was involved getting you here, huh? Yeah, there was. That's a story for another day. Hey, it's grand digging up the wreckage of the past, Fist, but time's a waste. When I left Chicago, landed in the Kong. After a while of running the Kong shadows, I landed here in Chrome Alley. That's really the gist of it. Now we better get back to earning a living. Show me your services. Tune up or spare parts? Let's look at cyberware. Hmm. Like, I want... I do want... Hmm. I do want a cyber weapon, but I don't want to get the hand raisers. So I'm kind of gonna... Alright. We're gonna get skill wires. Confirm. I mean, we're not using magic anyway, so... In essence... We're doing mostly street samurai stuff on this build, so... No decking, no magic. I should get some more... Hold on, before I do anything else. There we go. Maybe I want to get some more medical kits, too. More medical kits. Alright, what are we doing now? Alright. Hey, Fist, I was hoping you'd come. Got a minute? What's up? Kindly had one poet burn your sin. Word is you're doing work for her. Not normal yellow lure stuff. Shadowrun. Man's gotta eat. I'm doing whatever's necessary to feed that need. Wicked. Well, says it distinctly in a hushed tone and seems to catch himself. He draws himself up to his full height. His usual demeanor of self-assurance returns. It's pretty ironclad, Fist. Pretty vicious. If you do good, you'll be noticed. Listen, if you got info about runs, I can make it worth something. We bomb Poland's can call that kind of thing metadata. Poland's like to get the word on the street. From the active operators. This is one pose service to their clientele to include not prying. It's not prying. Law speaks with authority. He thrusts his chest out, puts his hands on his hips. It's gathering information. The whole world runs on information. You got metadata for me, great. If not, see if I care. Paul looks out through the rain, across rockin' boats. He wipes his... across the rockin' boats. He wipes his foggy goggle lenses with a rag from his pocket. His stomach gurgles loudly. Augmented reality goggles aside, this game really gets boring sometimes. Ever want to talk shop, I'm here. See you later, Law. You gotta go? Okay. Watch your back and shoot straight and all. I got things to do, man. Let me go back over here to, the mission computer. Just in case. Read your old message. Okay, oh, I did get... Okay. Alright, that was just about the... I was just about, Alright. Let's go see Kindly Ching. A rotund, balding dwarf in a cheap suit turns to face you. Light glints from the heavy gold chains that hang around his neck. When he speaks, the voice that greets your ears is high and nasal and has been contorted into a rough approximation of a New York accent. Pleased to meet ya. Ching was kind enough to arrange this little sit down between us. He extends a slab-like hand for you to shake. You can call me Dr. Shin Yang. Pleased to meet you. I'm Fist. His grip is as soft as his palm is moist. It's like shaking hands with a boneless hand. You share a long, uncomfortably flaccid handshake before he finally releases you. I'm looking for a little outside help on a problem I've been having. Originally, I'd handle it myself or have some of my friends see to it, but it's kind of delicate, you know? My guys would be noticed before they made any headway on my problem, so I figure, hey, I hire 3 contractors all the time. I hire contractors all the time. Might as well get some contractors of a different shape. Lasting friendships were made through favors exchange. I'm all ears. I run a little film studio, Southern Crown Studios. We mostly do Southern Crown Films. We mostly do trade work, but we record some Sims too. Maybe you've seen some of my stuff. Space Mongols from the Moon, The Flavor of Pomegranates, Ultimate Kill Squad. No, but I like the sound of Ultimate Kill Squad. How much killing they do? He offers you a chip-tooth grin. A lot. There's this one scene where 2 trolls gang up on an elf, but I don't want to spoil it, but believe me, it's glorious. I'll send a copy over to Chang so that you can take a look. Anyway, there's this other guy in the industries, and we've been butting heads since day one. Name's Neville Ma. He runs Yellow Spring Studios. No matter what I do, I can't shut him out of the biz. He always manages to get one over on me, steal my stars. He's been running me into the ground with this show called Promises in Moonlight. The star's a girl named Penelope Wong, new talent, but the viewers have been going nuts over her. She's the show's linchpin. Hang on, I'm getting there. So about 6 months ago, Neville was out in Guangzhou for some hoity-toity party. He's on the road, probably drunk. A semi comes out of nowhere. Pow! Wrecks his fancy new Euro car Westwind. Bad luck for Neville, good luck for me. I figure, hey, that's the end of him for the year, and I start planning some new stuff because he can't compete with from inside a hospital. You follow me so far? Yes, please keep going. Problem is, the bastard's back in the game already, and he's bringing out Season 2 of Promises in Moonlight. I need that show off the air one way or the other. And that, my friend, is where you come in. How long did it take him to recuperate? I'll tell you, kid, he should have been in that hospital for at least 3 months, and in physical therapy a lot longer. Only took him a week to get out. Couldn't freaking believe it. That kind of medical care costs top dollar. He's got to be making a lot of money, but not that much. Recovery time means that one of 2 things going. Neville could have found himself a silent partner. Someone willing to pay for a top dollar for cutting-edge care. I don't think it's likely, but that could have happened. If it ain't that, Smart Money says he's been skimming off the top of Yellow Spring's earnings and not reporting it to the other shareholders. Tell me how I fit into this. I need you to go and find something to blackmail Neville with. Find out how he can afford to get out of the hospital so fast. He works out of his penthouse most days, so search his computer, closet, sock drawer, whatever. There's got to be something incriminating in there. Where's his penthouse? Neville lives in Repulse Bay. It's this real swanky joint on the south end of Hong Kong Island. By the bay with the same name. Haven't been able to get anybody to poke around in to poke around his apartment because security's too tight. Luckily for you, though, Neville's throwing a party at the mezzanine level with all the shops and restaurant balcony and such. He's celebrating the second season launch of his show. Everybody's gonna be there, gonna make a real snarl for building security. You might also want to hit up the party if you can bluff your way in. Everybody close to Neville will be there, and most will be 3 sheets to the wind by the time you get there. Some discreet questioning might get me the dirt I need. Just remember, if you go to the party, don't use your real name. Go with Argyle. Should be safe enough. There's nobody in the biz out there with that name, so nobody will ask any questions about how your work's been going. Hit the apartment, hit the party, dig up blackmail information on Neville. Sounds easy enough. Oh yeah, Shane talked you up when I approached her with the job. Given what she told me, this job should be cake. Now, the blackmail material is what I need more than anything, but if you can get Penelope Wong out of her contract, I'll pay you extra. You got it? I need that star power on my side. One last thing, I don't want you starting to steam while you're there. You interrupt this party, make a mess, or trash his apartment, I'm not paying you. We clear on that? We're clear. Good. Can't have him on knowing I'm after him. In my business and all, everybody's got dirty tricks, but if you make it public you're using them, that's it. My career's dead. As Dr. Shinhang draws a finger across his throat. That's it. My career's dead at the People's Republic of China. Nobody will work for me ever again, so don't embarrass me. Understand. I'll be discreet. That's what I like to hear. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. You can get paid. I'll put the word out you're a solid hire. You don't seem like you deal with Shadowrunners much. Shadowrunners, Moonlight Prances, who gives a crap? I got money and a job, and I don't care who does it as long as the price is right. Once more, I got a lot of friends out of town, and a lot of them run in your circles too. So what? We got a deal? You gonna do it? We have a deal. Good man. That's what I like to hear. When you're done, drop Chang a line. I'll come meet you back here and hand over the money. Cool. Finally, Chang appears to be nearing the end of a harsh exchange with Strangler Bao, who's listening intently. So you tell that little pustule that Auntie Chang isn't fucking happy, you got it? Not happy at all. Don't tell him I'm displeased. Don't tell him that I didn't take it well. Tell him that I'm extremely chopping mad, and that if he doesn't want what happened to happen to him, then he'd better get his head and his ass wired together and get me that payment. Today. Was that message clear enough, Mr. Bao? Yes, Miss Chang. I'll explain things to him in terms he can understand. Newly minted Shadowrunner. How are you taking to your new role of Fist? So far, so good. I had no doubt, my sweet. I have a nose for talent, and how's Mr. Gunshow doing with his new life? He should be okay. He just needs some time to get used to all this. Very good, my dear. Very good, my dear. Very good. Is there something specific you came to see me about? Anyone on the plastic face man? Not yet. He's elusive. Clearly a man who knows how to stay out of the public eye, but I have my network working day and night to find him. I still have favors that I can call in if need be. I'll find him. It's only a matter of time. I have good news as well. One of my people managed to tap the communications of HKPF's Special Duties Unit. If any word of our plastic-faced friend or Raymond Black crosses our door, I'll be the first to know about it. For now, go on about your business. I'm sure that more work will come your way at any moment. I'll contact you when there's news. Cool. Good and cool. Cool and good. Good and cool. Cool and good. All right.
All right. Next up. Excuse me. Alright, it is time to do another job. We're gonna do the Wampoa Garden mission next. There's a lot of things we can do, and a lot of more things to do later on. So yeah, I think it's gonna be Wampoa Garden, then we're gonna end up probably doing missions down, and 2 missions or 3 missions tonight. Maybe, possibly, probably. We'll see. All right. All right, who are we taking? Um,
Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
I think we're gonna go. Yeah, I think we're gonna bring Duncan with us instead of Ractor this time. And Isabel and Goddard are kind of essential for just about every mission. It feels like. Wampoa Garden, a chronicle of chrome, a carnival of chrome and neon. Excuse me. Rife with every manner of technology and artifice one can imagine. The entire area has the feel of a night market. Save the chips that are sold in lieu of steam buns, and vendors hawk the latest drones rather than folk art. Oh, I just did, but yeah, sure. Something stalks these streets, hiding just out of sight. Yeah, I think some of it just went down the wrong pipe, but yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, though. Stalks the Wampoan elders, leaders of the band of this tech-savvy squatter. Of tech-savvy squatters that have claimed this neighborhood as their own. The streets smell of ozone and fear, and those Wampoans you pass in the MTR station have a haunted, furtive look in their eye. While the killer has struck only the elders thus far, it may only be a matter of time before ordinary residents are menaced as well. Okay. Yeah. can't. Can't do much with this spell. It's fine. The streets of Wampoa Garden are slick with rain, glittering under the neon glow of myriad signs and holographic displays. The sky reflects the same glow, painting the white apartment blocks the sickly orange of sodium street lights. The smell of grilling meat mingles with other rarer scents: ozone, engine oil, and high-tech fabrication facilities. Despite the hour, there are plenty of people out and about. You can hear the calls of street vendors and touts, urging people into their stores. Isabel wrinkles her nose, scowling darkly. She wraps her arms tightly around her chest, staring off into the distance. Is there a word for feeling nostalgic for a place you can't wait to leave again? I don't miss this place, but I miss the feelings I had when I lived there. Saldaday, maybe? No, that's not it. It's close, but... She lets the sentence trail off into nothingness, clamping her mouth shut for a moment. This place seemed like heaven after the walled city. Like the whole world had unfurled in front of me, and anywhere I turned, there was a promise of a good life. Turned out this place was just as crappy as everywhere else. Everyone was still in it for themselves. Goblet claps a hand on Isabel's shoulder. He flinches. Pulls away. That's a great life lesson, it is. I'm serious. At the end of the day, life's a raw deal. You got yourself and a handful of friends, and that's it. Nothing else. Get some strange ideas about life. Sure, life's a meat grinder, but come on. It's gotta be more than life to just surviving. Does there? What makes you the authority on that? I'm done talking about this. Anyway. While we're looking for the Wampoan Elders, they're going to be in Wampoa itself. The Wampoa itself. That's the big ship down the street. That's the mall shaped like a boat, right? That's the one. Somebody thought it would be clever to make it a uniquely shaped mall. Can walk around a bit? No, we cannot. Not this way. Alright. Oh, we've got this. He's not just dead, he's been all cut up. Wow. There's gonna be a lot more because this is kind of a murder mystery. Not really. I'm not really a good planner of scenarios. I don't feel like I'm much more of a better player of other people's stuff. So I don't know if I would necessarily be a great DM or GM of a game. Also, I don't know. Also, I've played a lot of other tabletop games, but not really much D&D. I like some of the D&D stuff, but usually the stuff in D&D that I like is like scenarios and worlds that aren't really as well documented as I think they should. I played Shadowrun, 2nd edition. I also played
My first RPG ever was the West End game Star Wars tabletop game. And then my second one was Marvel Superheroes by TSR. And my third one was Shadowrun. I've also played GURPS. I've played Deadlands. I've played Vampire. I've played Mage. I've played Pathfinder. I've played Cypher System, which is kind of Cypher System is a multiverse campaign, but featuring like the Strange and Numenera and just all those basically all the Monty Cook systems kind of wrapped into that. I've played Paranoia. I've played Dungeon Crawl Classic. But yeah, I have not really touched too much tabletop D&D. Played Gamma World. But yeah, that's pretty much the extent of my tabletop RPG stuff. I've done a lot of reading about some other games as well. Mainly Call of Cthulhu, Monster of the Week. Monster of the Week is another one that I would not be very good at playing at all, or running. Just because I don't personally get along with Powered by the Apocalypse. I've read about Lancer, that looks really interesting. I don't get along with it I don't get along with Powered by the Apocalypse as like a player, as I should say. I like listening to Powered by the Apocalypse stuff when it's in the hands of people that are very creative with it. But I kind of approach things from kind of a crunchy point of view, and so it feels almost anathema to me to really want to, you know, push myself in that direction, if that makes any sense at all. But yeah, there's a number of other games I'd really like to explore at some point if I ever had a group that was interested in them. I played Starfinder as well. I had a lot of fun in my limited time with Starfinder. But no, I would love to play Tales from the Loop and the Expanse at some point. And I would really like to play like some of the Fate system stuff. And yeah. Like I said, there's a lot out there that I'd really like to try. Although Fate system is also very anti-crunch as well. Alright. The Orc Woman is festooned with small circuits, tiny TRID screens, and speakers. TRID screens display snippets of TRID broadcasts from every corner of the world. The tiny speakers play counterpoint with a susurros of voices speaking Sperithil, Punjabi, Kazakh, and other languages. Her expression is haggard and she fidgets with her fingers as you approach. Welcome to the Wampoa, my friend. I am the Elder Ing, and these are Elders Tang and Ip. Also, do I have... No, I don't have the books for that. Thought I had a set of I had a set of Cyberpunk Red books, but I guess I don't. Oh, also, at some point, I wanna check out Night's Black Agents. It's cobbled together. It's cobbled together. But yeah, Cypher System has a... Cypher System is Monty Cook's system, which is based on Numenera. Right? It's based on, like, the sort of the Numenera world that he built. But, it's kind of, you know... It could be adapted to multiple things, like multiple settings and multiple games. There's a setting called The Strange, right? That has a lot of things with like influences by the X-Files, influences by World of Darkness, just a number of elements story-wise. And I just think The Strange is a really cool thing to it's just a really cool system. A really cool take on the Cypher system. So I'd really like to see, you know, I'd really like to see something more people pick that one up. It's good. Thank you so much for answering our request for help. We had nowhere else to turn. It's the least I could do. Under tang skin, glowing tattoos writhe and change shape. Tigers become cranes and move on to dragons. We're under threat, one by one. The elders are being haunted by some monster. As you may have noticed when you arrived, there's been another killing just tonight. Ip crosses its solid chrome arms. Holographic readouts dance constantly over the surface, displaying diagnostic information about their state, operating temperature, servo pressure, and a variety of other minutia. Yeah. He looks past you towards Isabel. The prodigal daughter returned once more. Didn't expect to see you back in aboard the Wampo in my lifetime, Isabel. When you disappeared, Elder Yutunde was very put out. Glad you're still alive. When you chose to walk your own path, I was disappointed. But I still understood why you had to leave. It pauses, tasting the air as he chooses his next words with care. Hope my lessons have helped you prosper. Didn't expect to be back either. Work takes you places, though. Isabel shrugs. A moment later, she puts a hand on her pistol, eyes trained on Ip's shoes. I don't cart this around for fun, Ip. The lessons kept me alive. Isabel blinks several times and then looks up at Ing. Her expression clouded. Where is Yutunde anyway? I expected her to be here. She's dead. Saragan and Nakamura and Tong was just killed last night. Just tonight. Tong was killed just tonight. So much blood. I have to stop this from continuing. That's what we're here for. We'll stop the killings. Thank you, Isabel. What can you tell me about the murders? It started 2 weeks ago. The first to do it was Dan. I found him in his apartment, eviscerated. He'd been torn apart. His head had been ripped completely off, and most of his skin flayed away. There was so much blood it took us a week to clean out his apartment. The rest have been the same. Always at night. Always dismembered. Each scene is like a nightmare, and every time nobody has seen anything. It's like a ghost. What happened to Tong? Same thing that happened to the same thing that happened to the rest of the victims. Evisceration and dismemberment. We sent a guard to keep people out of his shop, but he'll let you in. When did he die? Sometime early tonight. He'd locked up his shop, but Ip stopped by to ask him about some skill chips he had. The door was unlocked, and inside... Inside looked like a bad horror sim.
Just all like all the other murders. It had to have stopped. It had to have happened after sundown because I saw a shop was open when I was on my way to get some noodles for dinner. Why didn't you call the police? The Hong Kong Police Department isn't welcome here. They tried to force us out several times before, or come hunting for someone to pin a crime on. We do a lot of favors for local gangs and triads. Handle their matrix security, fix up their gear, make sure they have access to the Hong Kong Shadowrun sub. Too valuable and a resource for them to lose. So they protect us from the HKPF, or anyone else decides we're an easy target. They handle our physical security. We make sure to send the message via the Matrix. Last time HKPF made trouble, we started airing the assistant chief's dirty laundry over the tread. They got the picture and backed off. Have you made any enemies lately? Not that I can think of. We keep to ourselves. We buy and sell technology. We're not mercenaries or criminals. We're merchants and deckers. And even if someone was cheated in a deal, this kind of response is unthinkable. Whoever did this, it wasn't human. The violence and savagery, it's a monster. It's what it is, whatever it is. Plenty of meta-humans are monsters too, Ing. Just because it's horrible doesn't mean it's supernatural. What do the Wampoan elders do? Liverbest, you're getting all of these monsters today. What do the Wampoan elders do? They make the rules and then keep people out who don't obey them. They're but a bunch of petty tyrants, that's what. You're being unfair, Isabel. Our laws are for the good of the community. We keep the Wampo and its residents safe. We review trade agreements with outsiders, see if they're good for the community. We provide a guiding vision, like a town council. Well... Rules are made to be broken. I can see why Isabella's on your team. I can see why Isabella's on your team. You and she are very much alike, I suspect. I'm the Invoker of Sprites. I commune with the spirits of machines. Ask them for blessings and pass those blessings on to the people here. I heal the sick and ensure that the feng shui of our habitats is as good as it can be, given our confines. She's a shaman, that's all. She's just got some kooky spin on it. Claims her totem is some kind of all-encompassing machine god that lives in circuitry. Ancient gods and ancestors are one thing. My deck? It's mine. I built it. The only spirits I got in it are the SCPs I loaded up with. Just because you cannot see or touch a thing does not mean that it does not exist. Just because you do not believe in it does not mean that it does not protect you from afar. I can't touch programs either, but at least I can prove they have an effect on the physical world. Your super sisters are just that. Bullshit. This guy treats drones like they're living things. Is that right? What exactly do you do, Tang? I'm the first inglorious servo. I study patterns, repair machinery, and teach others how to attune themselves to the wonders of automation. The blessed prefab is in my shop in Purview. The blessed prefab is my shop in Pureview, where we make the drones we use and sell. As for me, I serve as the resplendent voltage spike. That means I shoot people who try to shoot. That means I shoot people who try to screw us with us. It's a fancy title for head of security. Good. It might be wise to ask the residents of Wampo Garden if they've seen or heard anything after you moved to Tong's Sensory Carnival. They may have seen or heard things we have not. Good to know. Alright. I have the... Hey, y'all are still just chatting in the lobby there. All right. Port of Am at your service. The others told me that you'd be coming. They tell you about what happened to they tell you about what happened to Tong? He got killed earlier tonight, yeah? Killed him. Ah, that's rich. Killed us with a BTL head sticks a knife in you for your cred stick. The cops put 2 in your chest for not kissing up hard enough. This is something else entirely. This isn't killed, this is slaughtered like a fatted calf. Watch yourself. It's a goddamn mess in there. Alright, we get it, we get it. Tong's sensory carnival looks like a scene out of a B-grade slasher film. The cloying scent of incense hangs thick and pungent in the air, emanating from a small shrine in the corner of a shop. Unfortunately, it does nothing to cover up the reek of death and clotted blood. Despite the ragged remnants of Elder Tong littering the floor, the rest of the shop appears to be in good order. At least at first glance. Nothing is broken, tripped over, or otherwise ransacked. Alright. As you're about to step further into the room, you glance at the ceiling and walls. The blood from Tong's body isn't just confined to where his remains lie. Drying blood is spread about to the walls and ceiling. Dried blood is spread about the walls and ceiling as well. Holy cow. That's unfortunate. The walls are covered in splattered and smeared blood, most of which is hardened into a crusty congealed paste. Tracks of it run laterally. Looks like the blood has been deliberately smeared. A fist. I don't know a whole lot about science or all that, but I know this blood looks like I know what blood looks like when it hits a wall. This isn't natural. Somebody deliberately smeared blood all over the walls. See how this looks like it's got paint trails? That's because somebody used Tong's parts like a brush. So they painted the walls with his blood? Why? I look like a psychologist to you? Maybe because they're a freak. Maybe because they're one of the 6 serial killers that sees their murders as art. I got no clue. All I know is what normal blood looks like on the wall, and this ain't it. Some people have a bad grasp of art. I knew this guy out in Kwangtung who used to make music out of stray radio statics and panic button calls. Called it Crisis Wave. It was awful. God. Crisis Wave. Tong's body is a ruined mess. The destroyed ruin of his face is barely recognizable, and what's left of his body would best be described as savaged. All of his limbs have been torn off, and a pile of flayed skin lies next to the remnants of a Wampoan elder. Wampoan's clothing has all but been reduced to rags, and his tissue by cuts and tears, apparently sustained during the flaying. At this point, the only thing holding what's left of his body in a semblance of human form is his hair-thin fiber optics of his cyberware. Calvin puts a hand over her mouth, speaking in an uncharacteristically serious tone. Sweet heaven, Fist! I haven't seen anything like that since Auntie Wong tried to stash some cred sticks in the devil rat's nest. Takes a lot to ruin my stomach, but we sure have a winner today. That is seriously messed up. I'll second to that. This isn't a murder. This is more like, I don't know, feeding frenzy. Or for the skin, I'd say Tong stepped on a goddamn mine or something. Have Goblet sense the body. You're the boss. Man, this is gonna be unpleasant. Bobbit closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. After a moment, she opens them again and makes a strange gurgling noise. There's no fear, Fist. No anger, either. Just kind of satisfied feeling. Tone never saw it coming, and whoever did this was a professional about it. Which is pretty odd, because nobody's professional about eviscerating a body, as far as I know. You mean the murder wasn't some kind of animal attack? I don't know why the killer was after Tong, but it definitely wasn't any kind of mindless creature. Or even someone particularly passionate. It was just somebody who planned this and executed it and was glad about it. I don't know. It kind of feels like it was just business as usual. Wow. Okay. Let's open this door. Look in the back. Tong's desk drawers are open and the safe that's built into one side has been opened. There's no sign of tampering. The green light next to the word unlocked is blinking. Whoever the safe did it with a key fob. Inside are several blank cred sticks, but no sign of any with money on them. It's like someone looted his stash. A guy like this wouldn't keep only empty cred sticks in his safe. Tong's bathroom is immaculate, and the drains are tiny. Whatever killed him didn't exit through here. This is a Yamaha 95,000V SimSynth, a device for mixing and mastering SimSynth chips. Several drive bays are empty, and all the chip jacks are empty. The screen is a flashing repeated error message. Warning: requested files cannot be found. Please return drives to bay and try again. Alright, debug. Isabel rattles out some commands on the SimSynth's keyboard, stepping away for a few seconds with a look of satisfaction on her face. There. I put the drive warning on suspend. It's in diagnostic mode only. Maybe we'll learn something. Maybe not. Yamaha SimOS 523. System diagnostics check. Memory, okay. Drive, error. Assist bus, okay. Beginning core dump, please wait. A long debug spew that scrolls along the screen is filled with numbers indicating recent files, play lengths, keyframes, and assist peak levels. Based on the numbers you're seeing, Tong's SimSynth has been hacked to remove the peak controller levels from the chips he's been burning. A required operation to make BTL chips. The delta wave outputs for these chips push them dangerously into brain-burning territory. The file catalog for the high peak BTLs indicates all the files and burned chips should be stored on the missing drive, and whatever was in the empty chip jacks. Somebody's cleaned out Tong's BTL stash. Somebody's cleaned out Tong's BTL stash. Alright. That's pretty much it for now. Who's this guy? The orc is busy snacking on a steamed bun. As you approach, he wipes off one of his hands and sticks it out towards you. Hey, stranger. Nice to see you. Zippy toe tag at your service. How you liking Wampoa Garden? Do I know you? We've never met before this, but I know exactly who you are. You're my replacement. The elders had me autopsy what was left of Elder Gan and Elder Nakamura after they got ripped apart, but I didn't want to dig any deeper. So, since I don't know you and I can smell a Shadowrun from a mile away, you've got to be the outsider they asked to stop the killings, right? Zippy tilts his head back, obviously pleased with his amateur deduction. Very astute, that's right. See, I have good eyes, a lot of good eyes, actually. If you're in the market for replacements, only slightly used, and they only come from certified door. Let's see here. Hold on a minute. Oh, he's telling a joke. I have a lot of good eyes, actually. If you're in the market for replacements, only slightly used, and they only come from certified donors, I swear. Pretty belly laugh erupts from the orc. And he slaps one of his thighs in elation. Man, I kill myself. Pretty funny, you a stand-up comedian? With jokes like that, are you kidding me? I'm one of the only trained surgeons around here. I keep the other Wumpoans healthy. Gotta practice down the road. Blind Shit is a pretty good cyber doc, but he's basically an implant specialist, and that's it. How'd you end up here? I did my residency back in the UCAS. Could have become a real MD too if things hadn't gone south for unrelated reasons. Zippy opens his coat, revealing a cyber deck, pats it proudly. I also deck litter, but I'm better at slicing skin than I see. Wumpo Garden seemed like a good fit for me. So is it fairly peaceful around here? For the most part, other than the killings, we don't have much in the way of problems. We do information security for the triads, and that makes us fairly impervious to anyone who wants to start trouble. Anyone who starts something, we hit them on the matrix while our triad fins hit them in meat space. Some small-time gangs have been pushing in here before, but they backed off when they figured out they just weren't picking a fight with Tang and his guys. But with both the Red Dragon and the Yellow Lotus, they got the message real quick, what was left of them anyway. You must have a lot of customers. That's the chip truth. I had to charge to cover my house and eat. It's damn near free service. There's always a waiting list, but it's good, honest work. I like helping my neighbors and in the community. We all look out for each other. Somebody messes with one of us, they mess with all of us. That kind of community is rare as gold these days. How many places have an ethos like us? Not the damn corpse, that's for sure. I've lived a lot of places, done my fair share of shadowrunning, but this place is special. It's been a long time since I really felt anywhere was a real home. Zippy looks off past you, towards the Wumpo Garden streets. His expression grows wistful, like he's remembering something from a long time ago. I'm sure I'll move again, but not for a while. I'm not done with the city or these people. Let me ask you about Wumpo Garden. Sure thing. What do you want to know? What can you tell me about the elders? Well, they're an eclectic bunch, that's for sure. Where to start? Ing's the spiritual leader here. She's the voice of the Wumpoans, I guess. A lot of her close friends are really more followers, since she's something of a priest with machine spirits. Maybe it's a cultural thing for people who grew up here, but it's never called to me. Still, she makes a damn fine pot of tea. It's the muscle. And he definitely has an encyclopedic knowledge of cyber and bioware. Definitely a good guy to have watching your back. Not too friendly. But you know how it is. You get a lot of cyber people start wondering if you'll tear their arms off. He's got moves straight out of Blood Carnival 3 The Reckoning. Terrible movie, but great fight choreography. What about Tang? I don't know much about him, but I think he's got some kind of fetish for automation. Found him cooning over some trids of automated delivery drones in a warehouse once. He works with drones. He has a shop called the Blessed Auto Fab. He was raving about the efficiency of movement patterns or something. You already know that about Tong, Aran Sims, BTL skill chips. Gan used to be a city planner before he had a nervous breakdown and got involved in statistical analysis. Nakamura came over from Fukuoka and was interested in entertainment. Trid, mostly. Spent a lot of times analyzing subliminals and ads. Then there was Magpie. She was the chief decker. Hot as hell against IC, and had built her own hardware. Salty old woman, though. Never met anyone who was quite as shrill or nasty when she was mad. She was mad most of the time. What about her? Not much to tell. Maybe a month ago she just up and disappeared. Went to a shop one day and she just wasn't open. Nobody's seen her since. Why would she disappear? No idea. One day she was here, the next... Oof. First I thought she was just on vacation, since she had mentioned wanting to see the Kingdom of Hawaii someday. But it didn't feel right. She would have at least told me she was leaving. It seems mighty suspicious to me. Nobody else seemed to care what happened to her, probably because she pissed them all off so bad. A little odd for her to just disappear, don't you think? Of course it's odd. She owed me lunch, too. She was the sort who pays her debts promptly. I want to check up her shop. It's all locked up, but the other elders have a spare key. Couldn't hurt to look around. Even though Magpie was always butting heads with the other elders, they wouldn't have any reason not to let you in. What do you mean they were butting heads? Magpie and the others never saw eye to eye. She was contrary for the sake of it. Most of the rest had a grand vision for what they wanted this neighborhood to become. Magpie just wanted a deck. She was only an elder base because they needed someone there with her matrix chips. The last big argument was between her, Ing, Ip, and Nakamura. It was over something relatively trivial. I think Nakamura wanted to expand the pirate trade business into the Matrix, and she just absolutely refused. Why did she refuse? He said something about not wanting to use up valuable bandwidth for trivial entertainment bullshit. Anyway, it went from there into this rant about how she wasn't going to let Tang expand his drone business any further because it would get too much at Megacorp attention. Yeah, they accused of her of blocking them, and just because she could. Which is probably true. Lots of screaming. What do you mean blocking them? Everyone needs their matrix skills for their businesses to run properly. There are other deckers here. There are other deckers, me, say, or Moja Navy. But she had the infrastructure. If their project didn't interest her, she wouldn't even give them the time of day. She's a real hardhead about having her time wasted, but she figures if she's not interested in something, it has no value objectively. Kind of a major blind spot, if you ask me. Sounds like she was critical. Yes and no. She was, but since she disappeared, Elder has been taken over running the Matrix infrastructure. He's not as good as she was, but his experience with drones makes him the best candidate. They wouldn't entrust something like that to anyone else but who wasn't an elder. So, there you go. So what are your thoughts on the murders? Pretty gruesome business. Gon died from a broken neck, looked like someone had wrenched it around, and his arms and legs were cut off too. Some skin flayed away as well. Nakamura had his throat ripped out by someone with pretty sharp teeth, and at first I thought it was a devil rat. The teeth marks were all from something with a humanoid jaw. I didn't look at you, Tunde. From what I saw at a distance, it was the same story. Didn't see much point, since I'd seen it twice already. As for Tong, from what Porter told me, it was Gon and Nakamura all over again. You look at him, yes? Yeah, it's the same as you described for the others. Damn, I like Tong. The BTL business is unsavory. The man had to eat, and his regular sims were great. Generally, all-around nice guy, friendly with everyone. Never had anyone mad at him. There ain't no justice, let me tell you. See you later, Zippy. Alright, I will be right back. That's it.
Eat fresh, bitches.
Risk of decapitation.
What's that mean? Am I supposed to just escape? Do I just leave? Was that what it was this entire time? I just leave? That's so... You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch, you came! That was all I had to do? I just had to walk out the door? Bastard!
Bitch slap my friend over here for you? Will that help your bagel smoother? Turn on the camera just for a second. What the fudge, man? I think we're about.
Oh my god. Is there any more? That is Andrew! Oh my god! No, this is proper Andrew! Right? It's just need to trim this bit, a little bit. Right? Everyone! Look! Which one is more him?
Good job.
Oh,
God.
shit!
You need to go. Dude,
Uh-oh.
wreck her stuff. Oh. Please get us out of here.
Oh no!
I can see why they reacted that way. Wait, why can't he jump? Hold on, he can grab that. I just plunged attack that dog. Did you guys
Trying to do that super jump like I did last time.
John, they're coming. No shit.
No!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck. God damn.
I'm probably gonna die. This is my jump button. I'm jumping. I'm jumping. I'm jumping. I jumped.
It didn't damage me, but it's considered. Oh, thank you. Actually, that mob. Thank you. That firebombs. I think that one saved me from dying. Holy damn. Holy damn. My.
Ah! Third strike, you say? Yes, the third strike. Animation delay. Yes, yes. Right. Like, this one is like pretty fast. Ah! Ah! No! God damn it! Okay, whatever.
Also, the third is just so stupid in the third game when he's young. So unfortunately, I don't have. Sorry about this.
Got him.
Alright, you want me to fight a Ghastly Wolf? We'll fight a Ghastly. See how much harder the Ghastly enemies are than the wolves. Watch me get completely destroyed by this. Oh wait, all I need to do is go up and stomp them. They don't even make me fight. They just create gems. I've been losing out on those. I'm supposed to go up and destroying the Ghastlies with Stomp.
I wanted to make this picture because it is a really striking picture. But yeah, the larger pistols look really cool. I gotta get some good pictures of that. I have not yet taken one picture of all of it.
Oh yeah, Dave, we are making a pixel art mosaic. It is artwork from one of the Ultimate games, and it's
Just blasted to smithereens. Tennis builds a dungeon. Big laughs inside. Biffo the bear. Can earn some money by making sausages on this old machine I've bought. No meat for you. Yeah. I had some rubber solution. Pride.
I would try to sing this thing. Oop, that's not how it works. Oh, no.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for playing with me. I'm not gonna be streaming debate tonight. I gotta get shit in them.
Fuck yeah. Well played, kitty.
Well played, kitty.
No, you know what? I was right the first time. I am exciting. Soy emocionante. I am exciting.
Whee! Okay. Don't hit me. If you set me on fire, I'm going to say some bad words. Nope.
Oh no.
Target achieved.
Oh!
I did it.
Yippee! I'm actually fine and normal. So, I have failed.
Good luck, 47.
Oh, 2 minutes? Oh, the target's right here. Okay.
What? No, you can't fool around with
Whoa! Can anyone please help me? I need help here.
Well done, 47. This will surely be a blow to the syndicate.
No. The prime.
All right.
Silvando was that from beginning to end, he was a.
All right. So, let's continue our investigation. Continue our milling about in over this murder mystery here. A man in front of the stall is rooting through a box of music chips with swift fingers of someone who knows what they're looking for. Excuse me. Behind him, a music player pumps out a constant stream of distorted atonal music. The stall's proprietor is nowhere to be seen. Can you believe this? They got 4 bootlegs of Echelon 60, the unreleased Enoch Ian Key's double chip show from Brazzaville.
with absolutely zero chips from Shotgun Bloom. This stall stuff is purely second rate. Hey man, don't get down on Echelon 60. I saw them when they played that unlicensed show at a Choco Tart factory out in Xinhuan. The show was amazing, even if the police had to break it up midway through the second set. Music might have been great, but come on, Echelon 60's old news. They're already being mainstreamed. I saw a trade ad for the new Mitsubishi Astro scooter. They were using Main Volt on their bus as the backing music. Makes me sad, I tell you. Mojnabi at your service. Decker, technologist, music fan. You're not from around here, are you? You don't hold yourself like a native. Not Wampo Garden, no. I thought so. What brings you out here? I'm just trying to find out who's been killing the elders. Oh, that's a nasty business. I heard Tone died in it. I don't know who or what they pissed off, but it seems like a really bad scene. I'm trying to keep my nose out of it. Still, I like this place. Is there anything I can do to help? You can tell me about the Wampoans. A collection of freaks, geeks, nerds, tech junkies. This place may look like a third world bazaar, but believe me, we have some stuff here that's cutting edge in almost every field. Maybe it's not as advanced as the stuff the Megas have in their development labs, but at least it's as advanced as anything you can find in a store. People come from all over the world to buy and sell here, and work out deals for big shipments. We've got contracts with every pirate and smuggling group in the South China Sea. Every major syndicate and gang up in the free enterprise zone knows not to mess with us. Not only are there a lot of us, nobody wants to lose what we're selling. The Red Dragon made a play 4 years ago. We chased him out. Scooted off back to Homan 10. They've never been back. Good for you. That's how you survive. It's all about playing the angles. Yeah, it pissed him off, but when we sold goods to the Yellow Lotus at a discount, in exchange, the Yellow Lotus kept them off our back. You don't have to beat up the big guy to win. You just have to make them step back so the other guy sees he's off balance. Stand-up fights are for the Megas. We're all about survival. Just like everybody else in the shadows. Know anything about the murders? I'm trying to stay as far away from it as possible. I'm not connected enough to hear anything important, and all the talk about monsters is just plain dark. I'm not afraid of monsters, but I just don't want to get in their attention. All I know is that a couple of months ago we had Elders Nakamura, Yatunde, Gan, and Magpie. Now we don't. I heard about Magpie. She sounds like she was kind of vicious. To be blunt, she's a hateful, shrewish old badger of a person. It's always her way or the highway. She'd butt heads with the other elders over damn near anything. The last fight she had was with Tang over something or other. As she ended up throwing some of his micro-drones into a deep fryer and threatening to kick his ass around the block. What's her line of business? Matrix gear. Her shop is called the Jack Point. Not very imaginative, I know. She always had the hottest programs, best chips, and made some killer decks for anybody willing to pay her rates. Cost plenty in Nguyen, but she was one of the best in business. At least in Hong Kong. If you want to know more about her, you should talk to Zippy. He's one of the only people around here who got along with Magpie. You can probably find him by the MTR station. He loves the steam bunt cart over there. What's your area of expertise? I'm a decker. I used to be a company man for years, pushing code on their servers, smearing the little cyber pukes that would try to get into our secure systems. Made a pretty good living. Had my own place on the 48th floor of in a corporate skyscraper. It's the kind of thing the Sims teach you that everybody reaches for. The dream life. How'd you end up here? Well, hold on a second. There we go. I had to rearrange some stuff over here on my table. Sounds like hell on earth to me. So what went wrong? I found out the company wasn't what I thought it was. Sure, they paid me well and kept me in creature comforts, but I accidentally looked over some misfiled reports when clearing out a company data store. Turns out one of the company's security riggers had gotten drunk and blabbed about some project or other being overhyped and behind schedule. That's not good. Be a fireable offense, right? Well, I guess upper management was worried that the info would hurt their stock rating by a fraction of a point or two, so they fired the guy with a 308 round right through the skull. Oh, wait, they shot him? Over a fraction of a point. May have only been fractions of a point, but it was still tens of millions of yen. I guess that went beyond a firing offense, directly in a murder territory. What's worse, since I now knew about both the project and the murder, I could be next in the firing line. I knew I wasn't worth the expense to hunt down, so as long as I kept my head down. So I came out here looking for like-minded deckers. I guess I ended up in the stand because I could get a semblance of community out here. And I couldn't get that in most other places. See you later, Mo. Well, first of all, let me go back here. Because I need to fulfill an optional thing. Why didn't you tell me about Magpie disappearing? Why would we have? Her departure from the Wampoans isn't related to your investigation. Happened before the killings began. I'm certain she's just off sulking somewhere. No doubt she'll come waltzing back next month, all full of attitude that life dared to go on without asking her permission. If she does, we'll welcome her back, despite her problems with our behavior. Her skills make her extremely valuable. I've taken over maintenance of her matrix infrastructure when her absence. I'm nowhere near her level. Best I can do is ensure nothing breaks down until she returns. I'd like to take a look around her shop. Do you have the key? Yes, but there's a lot of sensitive equipment in there, including our community servers. We don't let anyone who's not one of the Wampoan elders in there. Why would you need to look around there? Listen, you want me to get a killer, and if I want to do that, I have to explore every possibility. Very well, take the key and look around. Just don't break anything, or shut the servers off. Was there anything else? Alright. Good deal. Who is this? The owner of this shop barely looks from his PDA while greeting you. His tone is of immense boredom. Welcome to Ming Wong Matrix Materials, aka MVMM. What can I get you? Show me what you got. Nothing I need. Hey, Dizzy. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the lurk. Alright. Oh, there's the shop. I do need to take this to talk to this guy. You better find someplace indoors to sleep. Beyond the 6th Street, the streets are dangerous lately. An imposing troll stands in front of a stall overflowing with weapons of all sorts, pistols, rifles, and even brass knuckles overflow onto the rug around him. Oh there. You look like a man who understands the value of self-defense. Breaker Hui at your service. I can promise you. I can promise you. I can help defend. I can help you defend yourself. What do you say? Want to have a look? Show me what you got. There's a Ruger, and a spiked fist.
I mean, I could do a shock glove. Plus, I don't know. We're gonna buy a shock glove and give it to Duncan. Just because Duncan needs melee. Looking for information. Yeah, tell me what you want. Maybe I can help out. Know anything about the murders? Just that elders have been getting hacked apart. I try to stay away from it all. No sense parent pointing crosshairs on my own forehead, right? I'm nobody important and I intend to keep it that way. What's your impressions of the 1 elders? Can't say I associate much with them. They organize big trade deals with the Lodo Jowa pirates, triads, and legitimate businesses. They tell us that somebody's been blacklisted and dispense justice when someone breaks the rules. Beyond that, they left us alone. I'll leave them alone. I'm just not important enough to register on their radar. Aside from telling us, who slings BTLs around here? The Red Spear Gang. They run up in here sometime. They don't cause any trouble. Check out the parking garage south of here, though. They usually hole up in there. Step light, though. If they don't know you and you have an attitude, they'll put you on the ground. Got it. A funny thing, I heard there was a shootout with some Hong Kong police in a garage about a month ago. I was away in Beijing at the time, so I didn't see it directly, but everyone is talking about it when I get back. Why's that funny? Because we don't let the HKPF in here, most times. We shoot at them if they try, even if they come in here. Every time they come in here, it's bad for us. Because they're always looking for a scapegoat. Why would the elders let them in? Nobody knows. What do you know about our older magpie? Never met her, thank God. She ran with the Deckers, mostly. Since she dealt in chips and software. I heard she was hard to work with. I think the phrase I overheard was that she shrieked like a harpy with a fresh corpse. I don't know. You should ask Zippy, though. He's a sharp one with a deck, and so he'd know her better than most. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go to the Jack Point. This bin is full of assorted chips, peripherals, and add-on modules for cyberdecks. They don't seem to be arranged in any coherent fashion, and are spread across the felt surface. Search the bin. You sift through the display case, searching for anything that might prove interesting. That's interesting. That's a lot of storage memory. I/O handlers and active memory in this bin. Not seeing any MPCP hardware. Response increased chips or anything related to the hot shit decking Magpie was supposed to be into. In fact, you can even walk into a building, you can even build a full deck with this. Without the MPCP, it'd be just a glorified comm link. What do you think it means? If I had to guess, I'd say somebody's cleaned out MPCP, response increase, biofeedback filters, and all that. They're easy to move, expensive, and highly legal, and the rest of this crap is good. There's nothing you couldn't pick up in any electronics shop. You'll have to know what you're looking for, though. Only a decker would know what they're seeing. Would Magpie have taken them with her? I guess so, but if she did that, why would she leave the completed cyberdecks? No, I think this was theft. front of the server's case hangs open, and the inner machinery quiet and without powder. A clipboard is stuck to the side by a piece of duct tape. Its papers are filled with a long list of programs and their prices. A quick glance over the program sheet reveals names like Bugs, 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 and Black Hammer. Unfortunately, this was Magpie's attack program storage machine. Somebody removed the drives, and it sure wasn't Magpie. Here, look. Isabel gestured to the innards of the open server. Near the back, a solitary red light blinks. Main drives are disconnected properly. It looks like she modded the server to have backup drive with its own battery-based power supply. If that was Magpie, she'd have taken that too. Crap, this is a Fuji XB1000, and it looks like the battery power ran out a while ago. The XB1000s are constant write drives. They're dirt cheap and they have a ton of capacity. If they run out of power, they lose their data. We're not going to be able to get anything off of this server, off of this drive. Well, that's too bad. Magpie's desk is the kind of messy most people associate only with rats' nests, hoarders, and deckers. The surface of the deck is littered with cigarette butts, half-finished cans of soy calf, and scraps of electronics. A towering pile of empty instant noodle bowls sits next to it, their sides blazoned with Honest Wang's instant old-time ramen, and depict a line of top hat-wearing caterpillars dancing with canes. Hey, awesome. I didn't think anybody but me liked Honest Wang's noodles. Flavors like you've never tasted in a package of instant noodles, I promise. See, this one's the cheesy curry broccoli. I don't know why it never caught on, honestly. Gee. Who'd pass up the delicious taste of cheese curry and freeze-dried vegetables? I know, right? People out there have no idea what kind of culinary delights they're missing. You gingerly root around the desks, doing your best to avoid the more disgusting piles and spills. It isn't easy. The desk drawers are stuffed to overflowing with receipts, cigarette packs, optical chips, and cables. Most of the contents are boring, useless, and disgusting. While searching one of the bottom drawers, however, a low-quality tin lockbox catches your eye. Someone has pried the latch off, leaving a ragged hole where the lock should be. The interior box has several sleeves for storing key cards, all of which are empty. A small note is tapered to the interior of the box. Spare stockroom keys. The door is in the rear of Mr. Yang's restaurant. Do not lose these. Use only if I'm not available to open the storeroom. Stockroom, huh? So this is who broke the lockbox when the keys and to get the keys out. Maybe it was one of the elders that had the key for this place. Probably whoever cleaned up Magpie's apartment. I'm thinking you're right. Whoever tore the latch off when the box was in a hurry. Any of the elders could have cracked the maglock without much trouble. Most regular Walpodes could too. Seems like somebody who was tossing the place and wanted to get in and out as fast as possible. If someone was after Magpie's gear, her stockroom would be a gold mine. You search Magpie's bathroom. There's not much in here. A toilet brush, a toothbrush, a toilet brush, toilet paper, some hairpins, a collection of cheap makeup. The combination of batched shower unit, however, has minor flakes of a dry red substance near the drain. Dried blood. Piling up the drain cover, it looks like quite a bit of it was shed as well. Shit. Maybe Magpie didn't take a trip after all. That amount of blood. I'm guessing someone killed her quietly and then drained her body in the bath, making it cleaner to relocate. This doesn't seem to match the killer's other scenes, though. I think there was a lot more going on with these murders than we were initially told. First, they don't even mention Magpie to us, and now it looks like she's been killed. Something's not right here, Fist. Let's not mention this to the elders. If they're hiding anything, they may start cleaning up their tracks better. Well, dang. That's no good. and has a tired, world-weary demeanor about him. His eyes track your movements with a penetrating, critical precision. Something about him, the lines around his eyes perhaps, makes you suspect that he's seen a lot of terrible things happen. He lifts his cheap cup of soy calf. Thank you for the follow.
To the quest of the Avatar. Thou shalt guide our people into the new age of enlightenment.
He lifts his cheap cup of soy calf as you approach. Let me guess. You're the freelancers the elders are paying to look in the mirrors around here. How'd you know? That's right. Who are you? Call me Demigo. I'm not one of the Wampoans, but I've been here long enough that they don't think twice about me being here. Demigo drains the last of his soy calf in a large gulp. So what have you found so far? You're awfully curious for a random guy. Professional curiosity. I used to be there with the New York Police Department. It's part of their thaumaturgical research division. Part of the CSI branch, except I did the magical investigation. While the other guys pulled prints and checked blood samples. Yeah. Demigo tosses the soy calf up into the nearby garbage can. It bounces around the rim and rolls inside. When I hear about shit like this happening, I keep my ear to the ground. Old habits, you know. A long way. Seems like you're more cut out for this job than I am. Elder Ring asked me to get into the killings after the first murder, so she couldn't afford my fee, though. So I took a pass. It's not just the money, either. Demigo shudders, holding his arms across his chest. You see stuff like, you see that stuff day after day. You pay a price. It eats away at you. You know what it's like to feel all that sickness and anger every day? Asked to pick up a murder weapon and relive somebody's death. Feel it going into your neck, pleading in the voice of a dead woman for her killer to spare you? These days I'd rather interrogate the living, thanks. That sounds awful. Awful. It's more than awful. It's a goddamn nightmare for what it is. One can't wake up from one I couldn't wake up from for a long time. Sometimes you just have to cut and run. Start fresh. At least now I can pick my jobs. I can read objects. It's called psychometry. Little trick I learned to pick up. I really don't know how. I hold something, I can tell you what happened to it, who's owned it, how it killed someone, if someone loved it or was afraid of it. Useful. It'll attacks your heart. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to read anything you find. I already told Aang I didn't want any part of this. If you want advice, I'll give you that. But I'm not getting drawn in further than that. So aside from that, is there anything I can help you with? Tom wasn't afraid when he died. He was caught by surprise. That's not what I would have expected. With the victims on a mess at each scene, victims have left behind a hell of a lot of fear and pain. Are you sure? Very sure. Talon died tonight, so the astral signature hasn't had time to fade. There was only a sense of perfunctory accomplishment. It sounds like this wasn't a crime of passion. A planned attack would have that kind of resonance, in my experience. It's possible the gore show is to throw off anyone looking for the actual reason. Yeah, if I wanted to kill someone and get away with it, I'd try to point the finger at some kind of monster. Basic Investigation 101. It's usually the simplest explanation. Don't discount other possibilities. You think the mess wasn't incidental? It's a possibility. Ask yourself this. The mutilation happened after Tong's death. Why would a killer perform that kind of ritual? Serial killers who engage in that kind of ritual don't feel perfunctory about it, in my experience. It tends to feel more like they're taking communion. It's a religious or sexual feeling most of the time. If this didn't feel that way, I don't think the killer is actually pathological. Ugh. Oh my gosh, this is a lot. And it's dark. What can you tell me about the Wampoans? I don't know much. Even though I've been here almost 2 years, I'm an outsider. They don't really accept anyone who's not as much of a tech nut as they are. I'm just a crazy mage that lives down the road. They've got some heavy cyberware. Basically an enforcer for the rest of the council.
He doesn't seem to set much policy. Inga's a shaman that worships machine spirits. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. Magic is magic. Whatever you want to call the source is fine by me, but don't ask me to believe in the great spirit of electronics. The great spirit of electronics. As for everybody else, they tend to be an okay bunch. A bit strange, but that's French culture for you. They scrounge tech, rebuild it, sell it off. Some of them even have their own auto fab shops. Their stuff's pretty high quality, too. Most of them, people come from all over Asia just to shop here. If they need something rare or unusual. Tight-knit little community, all things considered. What do you know about the murders? They started a couple of weeks ago. Elder Gon was first to go. That's when Ing started asked if I could look into them. He was ripped apart, arms wrenched out of their sockets, skin flayed away with a razor sharp knife. The rest have been the same. Whatever it did, sure didn't care about it being a clean death. The funny thing is, the Hong Kong police force was out here a few weeks before that, maybe a month ago tops. I know that doesn't seem like much, but the Wampons don't usually let the police in here. That by itself is odd enough, but it gets even stranger. The officers were loaded for bear, too. Big guns, heavy armor with NBC seals, the works. They went into the parking garage near here. And there was some kind of gunfight. Never made it back out. When backup showed up, the Wampons chased them away. Why would they let the cops in and then chase them away? That's exactly the kind of question you should be asking, that the elders refused to answer when I asked. Go take a look for yourself if you want. Watch out, though. The gang's taken up residence in there, dealing drugs and BTLs. They call themselves Red Spear. Not too violent if you don't push them, but be careful what you say. Alright. Oh my, before I continue, I have to get up one more time. Sorry for the interruptions, but I'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright, let's keep doing this. Okay. Alright. So now we got another... We got the parking lot, we've got another vendor over here. Eita. This dumpy looking man. Dumpy looking man is busily hawking a variety of grilled spherical treats of various sizes. Some are sold individually, some are skewered on sticks. Some are packaged up in sets of 4 or 6. On the front of the cart reads Keita's 1 yen yatai. A cacophony of small trid screens are attached to the cart, each playing a different trid show. Interested in some dango, takoyaki, maybe a nice nukuman. That's a pork bun with a Japanese twist. Any kind of tasty Japanese treat you can imagine, I got it. Maybe some curry fish balls are more your speed. Keita will give you your heart's desire, providing that desire is on my menu. Let me have some dango. Your wish is my command, good sir. Keita deftly pulls one of the dango sticks out of the cart and drops it on the grill. Small robotic arm slides out from the cart and begins turning the stick into the balls of rice flour or toasted brown color, lifting them from the grill. Keita dips the entire stick in a tub of sticky brown sauce before handing it to you. The snack has both a sweet and salty flavor, reminiscent of sesame seeds and soy. The balls inside are pleasantly warm and surprisingly chewy, like eating raw dough, without the attendant chalky taste. Keita leans back, studying you intently. The trid projections from this cart cause his face to be lit. In a constantly shifting array of rainbow hues. How are you doing, culinary disaster? What brings you to Wampoa Garden, my friend? Somehow I doubt it's just the street food. Just here on a job. I can respect that. Sometimes the tides of life take you to strange places, and few places are stranger than this one. Ah! What can you tell me about the people here? We're tech heads, deckers, riggers, tread pirates, everything in between. I headed to find this place. I'd say it's Asia's mecca for people like us. As for the elders... Oh, nice. Good deal. Yeah, that can sometimes be a thing. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. I'm a little bit out of it, but I'm okay. I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling decent. Excuse me. Oh my. Glad to be done with dungeon magic. Oh. Back into some Shadowrunning. Yeah, I'm still trying to think of how I'm going to handle this this game, because I do like the idea of doing it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and just doing Sea of Stars on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I'll play Sea of Stars and then figure it out. After the first 2 days of it. As for the elders, I can give it the basics. I'm small fry, so we're not exactly on social terms. Being some kind of crazy tech witch, she summons up spirits and casts spells. Works as the spiritual center of the tribe. She's a lot craftier than she seems, too. She has this mother to everyone act going on. And I've watched her manipulate people into doing all sorts of stuff they wouldn't normally do. And they thought it was their idea the whole time. Magically, you mean? No, I don't think so. She's just really good people. Ip's a killer. Addicted to cybernetic implants. He always has to have the latest and freshest gear. Funny thing is, I've never seen him fight. I get the impression that he's a coward. He'd rather let one of his buddies handle the problem than do it himself. All I know about Tang is that he loves drones and does a little decking. Frankly, I find him kind of boring. All he does is talk about neural networks, dark knowledge, and the evolution of machine learning. Like I said, boring. I don't know why I read dank knowledge. But, you know, that's fine. That's fine. Enough to... dark knowledge, dank knowledge. How are you doing, Avel? What's with all the trid screens? You like them? I love trid operas. Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and Indonesian, it doesn't matter. This way I can watch all my favorite shows without missing a beat, and I can work at the same time. Pirated trid is my other business. I rip the streams to the Matrix, tap right into corporate feeds, and resell them out on ship here. His face falls a bit, then his enthusiasm wanes. Wish I could pay the bills, but my food court's a lot better at that. I don't know why, but most of the other Wampoans seem to like sim over trid. They don't know what they're missing, though. One episode of Thousand Cranes of Autumn, and they'd be hooked for life. I'm just at the part where Oren has confessed her love to Takayama, but he's got to get his mech suit out on the front lines of Mars, so he can't be with her. Downright heartbreaking, I tell you. That sounds pretty good. I gotta fly a mech suit out to Mars. I can't love you. Sorry. That sounds like an interesting show, all right. Oh, you have no idea. 312 episodes. Chronicling a noble mech pilot and the tumultuous love affair he has with the space station governor's daughter. The pathos, the majesty, the Battle of Lagrange 1 spans 5 episodes, just by itself. For some reason, I don't know, I guess it just didn't resonate with the wider public. I don't know why, but 312 episodes ain't bad. Who doesn't want to see a trid show about giant flying robots, love, betrayal, and spies? I want to play a video game about giant flying robots, love, betrayal, and spies. I gotta stop myself before I get carried away. Was there something else you needed? Got any thoughts on the murders? Yeah, ignore them. I saw the crowd down at Toronto's Sensory Carnival tonight, but I didn't know the guy very well. I'm a trid fan, but he liked The Sims. Not a lot of crossover between us. Okay, so you're no help except for the snack food. Alright, let's get in here. That's far enough, guy. When they have her weapon, tossing a nod towards the gangers behind her. That's our turf. If you're looking for a fix, you're welcome to trade. If you're here for business, clear the hell out. If you're not here for business, clear the hell out. Try to wander on our turf, and we're gonna have to air you out. So what do you say? You're looking for a little pick-me-up, a little nitro to give you some pep? Maybe you want some chips. Take that edge off. You want it, I got it. What happened in the fight here? As far as I know, some police showed up looking for somebody. They got in here, all of them got killed. Whoever they were after was long gone by the time we showed up. There used to be a lot of Wampoans living here. They all cleared out, muttering about ghosts and shit like that. Have you heard anything else about the murders? Nothing much. Tell you what, though. I had a guy named Kang. He was down in the storm drain system last week. Something was moving down there, big too, man size. But it wasn't speaking any language Kang understood. Kid beat feet back here as fast as he could. Demas dropped a storm drain key on the way out, though. You wouldn't be looking for whatever it was. You're gonna have to get a new key from somebody else. Kang stole his from a city worker. Also might have a key to storm drain. There's a guy named Porter Lamb who's got keys to pretty much everything. He's somewhere between a cop and a handyman. You and Nonchal mentioned some elf woman with crazy colored hair who managed to scam a key. He said she hunted paracritters down there, devil rats and shit. Someone... Some of BTL is you're selling like an awful lot like they come from the Tong shop. Yeah, so what? Why do you care? Must have gotten them recently. How'd you know Tong was dead? It's like this. Broken Thumb Ewan was walking down the street and he sees this guy going to Tong's joint right at closing time. Tall guy, hunched over, had this shitty gray rain poncho draped over him. Now, Ewan figured that was weird as hell, so he posts up and waits. He figures the guy will come out soon because Tong's closing up shop. Nothing for 15 whole minutes. Guy comes out, hustles down the street with nobody saying boo. I figured he was waiting for an ebb of the crowds. Ewan sees some blood smearing on the door, though, so he goes to check it out. Inside, total carnage. But you know what? Tom's not going to be using any of his gear anymore, so the hell with it. Ewan jacks a lot of it. It's pretty cold. So sleeping in the street or going hungry or selling BTLs, it's the life we got. And that's the way it is. Anything else? Nope. Nope, I don't want to mess with y'all. Bye. Let's go back to the elders, talk to them, yell at them for hiding more info from me. Oh, there's a clothing store there. I think. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Quack Atelier, home of the finest clothing in Wampo Garden. I'm the owner, Master Tailor Win K Quack. How may I serve you today? I expect Wampo Garden to have tailors in it. Many people don't. That's the mistaken impression that we Wampoans are only interested in technology in the Matrix, but even technologists need clothing, don't they? And many of us gravitate towards lines of work where added protection is required. I am a material scientist as well as a keen follower of fashion trends. What sort of material science? Fiber-related, of course. Primarily aramid fibers, graphene composites, and dilatants. It affords me a certain unique perspective when designing clothing that is not only beautiful, but defensive as well. I specialize on high-fashion body armor, similar to the kind crafted by Securitech or Vashon Island, but with a much more personal touch. Show me what you have. We got Securitech armored clothing.
think that's really best we could do. Although, we'd probably do better. Probably do better. Goodbye. I'll be back for more. Probably for ballistic claw suit. I don't know. Why did you let the HKPF into Wampo Garden last month? Tang is taken aback by the question. For a long moment, he says nothing. When his composure does return, he speaks deliberately and with great care. We generally don't let the police into Wampo Garden, it's true. But in this case, we made an exception. The police was very polite and offered to look the other way over some of our deals with the Loho Jora pirates. We have repelled the they also made it clear that if we refused, they might not only take an interest in our deals with the pirates, they would call in the Special Duties Unit and force their way in. We repelled the Hong Kong police force before, when they tried to push us around. We could probably drive off the Special Duties Unit as well, but the cost in blood would be too high. Since they weren't hunting a Wampoan, we saw no reason to refuse their request. What were they hunting for? They didn't say and we didn't ask. The HKPF is exactly forthcoming about their business, and we found it. The less we know about their interests, the safer Wampoa Garden is. When you take an interest in the police, they return the favor. As far as we know, they went into the parking garage. There was a gunfight and the police never came out. More showed up a few hours later looking for their missing officers. We didn't let those in, though. We just delivered what was left of the bodies to them. I didn't even let them in. We were willing to allow the group of 4 in because they asked politely. When the reinforcement arrived, there were over 30 of them. We couldn't risk the rest of the police setting up camp in our streets. It would have been a circus and disrupted our lives and businesses. We'll be going now. Okay. Gosh. Where? That's all optional stuff, I think. Like, the white is just standard point A to point B connections. The yellow is your goals. The blue is optional stuff. Where is... I'm a little lost. go back in the garage. Well, oh wait, I kind of know where I kind of remember who I need to talk to. Guy over here. Looks like somebody's gone through Tonga's things. Has anybody been inside? Since I've been here, before it found them, could have been anybody really. Got a key to his place, but the lock's total crap. Anybody half decent at cracking maglocks would have gotten inside. What's missing? His BTLs, hard drives, and cred sticks are all missing. Sounds like the killer looted this place to me. All this talk of monsters, yeah, sure. There are scary things that go bump in the night. Mostly scary bumps I hear from handguns and gangers. What about Magpie? The Wumpo snorts, shrugging his shoulders. That she was a bitch? That I'd never been anyone deliberately as contrary as her? There's not much to say. Nobody wanted to hang out with Magpie. Even though she was the newest elder, she acted high and mighty around everyone. She'd block deals and argue against Nakamura and Ing just because she could. Why she so contrary? It's just her nature. She loved fights and gossip. Any chance to cut somebody else down, she'd take it. I guess it was. I always figured she had some deep-seated insecurities and covered it up by attacking other people. Do you have a key to the storm drainage system? Sure. Why do you ask? Drop a gun in it down a grate or something? Following up a lead on the killer. In that case, take the damn key. You'll need it to forgive me if I don't want to go down there with you. Porter pulls an antique Yale-style key off a key ring and hands it to you. Knock yourself out, man. There's an entrance up by the Jade Mountain restaurant. Can't miss it. What do you do around here, Porter? It's a catch-all category, I guess. I work for Elder Ip. It's a bit like being a deputy. I make sure that people don't break the rules, protect people who need protecting. Mostly I just do whatever Ip asks me to. It's a pretty quiet job these days. Most days. Today's not one of those days. I also handle a lot of maintenance. I don't do repairs, but I got most of the keys. It makes it easy to ensure only authorized people get into sensitive places. Electricity goes down, I'll let in the electrician who fixes the wiring. Toilets clog, I'll let in the drone guy who opens it back up. See you later. Right, where's the... There we go, there's one. Sewers.
Oh, as you round the corner, you hear voices speaking just loudly enough for you to make a coherent sentences. The speakers are definitely not local. They speak with a slight Slavic accent. Their clothing is heavily armored. Around them are a number of crates and boxes, all mostly filled. It looks like the group is packing up. Yaroslav says the boat will be ready tomorrow morning. He's got everything arranged. The Port Authority will move the goods to the warehouse. He'll be handling them. He'll handle loading them onto the ship. We can get paid right then and there. I'd be glad to be done with this filthy place. I will too. I hate having to hide in these damn drains. It stinks down here. I can hear the devil rats running down the hallways. It's a mess, and it's disgraceful. We shouldn't have to put up with this bullshit. Alexander still isn't back from his little trip. We'll have to leave him behind if he doesn't get back soon. I know, Galena. Until Andre says we're in the clear for the triads. Can't be seen with the goods in the street. They find us, we go back to Vladivostok and sausage casing. Those Red Dragon and Modaki don't screw around when it comes to protecting their turf. Who knows? Maybe Alexander was stupid and they caught him. Either way, we'll have to lug this crap through the drains for a few clicks. Several boxes here. The two women bear a distinctive label: Magpie in Flight. Same emblem you saw stamped in Magpie's equipment on her shop. The orc woman sifts the air suspiciously, and her eyes dart towards the dark tunnel you stand in. Before you have a chance to get out of sight, she locks eyes with you. The orc lifts her chin as she regards you. What we have here, a curious little pest come looking for things that don't concern them. What do we do with pests, Galena? We break them. Vasila. And then we hammer a spike through each of their throats, so that anyone who sees the bodies knows not to meddle in our affair. I suggest you stay where you are, pests. I'm not looking here to meddle in anything. I'm just looking for a serial killer. Well, I think you found some friend. Us. You think you can walk out of here after finding us? Think again. Look around you. These storm drains act like residence chambers. The exits on the streets will be like the mouth of a trumpet. They'll care if they can hear gunfire on their turf. You think I'm stupid? You think you can fast talk me with some stupid... He's right, Galena. You know how sounds can echo through these tunnels. Shit. You don't care about what we're doing? Not really, no. So what do you want from us, then? Ow! Oh my goodness. You stole Magpie's equipment from her shop. Did you kill her too? Are you kidding me? And risk the one Poland's coming after us? No. We'd heard she left, but her gear was still in the shop, so we liberated it. What's it to you? Doesn't matter to me. You know what happened to her? Like she said, we heard an empty shop was full of things we could fence easy enough. So you broke it and liberated anything we could sell. I have no idea what happened to her. I don't live in Wampoa Garden and don't want to. You took Maggie's keycards, didn't you? Yes, we did. Alexander took one earlier. He said he wanted to sweep the stock room. See if there was anything worth stealing in it. So it tells you a key card. We don't have time to wait. We don't have time to wait up for him. If you see him, tell him to catch the hell up.
Let me save the game because I want to see if they're selling still. Is there anything about is there anything that you could tell me about the murders I might not know? You think we would get out a lot? I wouldn't have even known that there were murders if I hadn't bothered to come out to get soy calf last week. It's none of our business and isn't our problem, and I like it that way. Alright, cool. Cool. Let's wander around the sewer some more because we kind of didn't go everywhere. Despite the darkness, you see something glitter at the edge of the drain. Looking closer, it appears to be a necklace chain of some kind. It's becoming caught in the drain's grate, narrowly avoiding falling down into the deep pit. Lifting the necklace out of the drain, you turn it over in your hand. It's a simple silver pendant on a chain. The silver pendant depicts a long-tailed bird in flight, a magpie. The disgusting pile of stinking human remains smells strongly of blood in the first stages of decay. The arms, legs, and organs are here heaped together, stacked like stacked firewood, leaking blood and gore across the floor. The parts contained therein appear to have been sliced away from the parent body, and then torn or bitten. Judging by the clean edges of the cuts, the blade used to sever these parts was extremely sharp. This is a whole world of messed up fists. You think the killer stashed these here? They're stacked. They've been organized. This is our killer, alright. Looking closer at the pile, one part stands out. It's a severed forearm and it's covered in tattoos. Words in a Slavic language and a shining lighthouse adorn the forearm, and ring-like images are inked on each finger. At the back of the hand there's a skull inside a square. Whoever owned this arm isn't likely to be one opponent. The tattoos here look like they were poorly drawn and inked by hand, rather than a machine. Mostly Russian criminal tattoos. What the... yeah, we gotta tell them about their guy, I think. I found Alexander. He's dead. What? How did he die? He stumbled on someone he shouldn't have. Suka! I don't have time to deal with this now, but thank you for telling me anyway. Alright. I guess it was Alexander. I don't know. Jeez. But the narrative stuff never really tells me. Oh. Zippy. Despite the table's crude construction, an artfully laid meal awaits the killer. Several small dishes are filled with pickled vegetables, while a larger plate is arranged with long slices of raw meat. The meat is a pale pinkish white, like raw pork, that's covered in a light soy marinade. Poking at the raw meat, you discover it's surprisingly tender. What's more, has a faint aroma of marinade, as if deliberately prepared.
This box is full of odds and ends. It nearly overflows with a collection of knickknacks, souvenirs, and assorted personal effects. There's no rhyme or reason to a collection of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. Along the contents are charms from various temples, a wooden mask, and a paper fan. Damn, a mask. Wooden mask is extremely light. It's been painted a pale white. The surface is almost as smooth as porcelain. Delicate features and lifted eyebrows are matched with bright red lips and delicately carved teeth. Teeth have been stained a deep black. Small charms are square cloth packets, each one approximately 1 inch wide and 3 inches tall. They come in a variety of bright colors and are embroidered with the characters for prosperity, peace, wealth, and protection. Inside appears to be a folded paper prayer and misfortune, written in Japanese. Unfolding the fan, you tilt up towards the light to examine it. The image depicts an East Asian city from a 19th century or earlier. Curved roofs at sunset beside the deep blue river. 2 ships sail down the river, which is in turn spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, the laborers carry buckets along the shore as a man on horseback rides in the opposite direction. In the distance, a pair of large red buildings dominate the city skyline. 1 large temple hall and a 5-tiered pagoda. Leave the box alone. As you step away from the box, you hear a slight click in the distance. The sound of the door's latch shutting. You're no longer alone in the stockroom. Standing before you is a man clad in heavy armor and bearing a katana on his hip. His skin is ashen gray, his eyes dead white, his teeth are jagged and appear quite sharp. This is no man. This is a ghoul. The ghoul?! The ghoul's blind eyes search back and forth as it regards you. It cannot see you, but you have a sense that it knows exactly where you are at all times. Ah, a hired gun. No doubt brought to bear against me by the Wampoan elders, a means by which they can lift the curse plaguing them. I salute your tenacity, but I wonder, will you hear me out before you're raising your weapon to kill me? You don't seem interested in eating me. Yes, I'm not only talking, I'm reasoning as well. And since you've attempted not to kill me, your own higher faculties are engaged. I'm curious. I'm a curiosity to you. Gold bares his teeth, breath rasping over them as he inhales. You wish to know not only what I am, but what I have done. As for who, you may call me Gaichu. I know who you are. You're the one killing the Wampoan elders. You're correct. I've killed all the Wampoan elders to date. Though only Elder Magpie was according to my initial plan. I regret the deaths of the other elders, but it was necessary. What does Gaichu mean? Harmful insect. It's the name I have taken for myself since the word is usually applied to pests, especially ones who drink blood, such as leeches or mosquitoes. The first character means injury or evil influence. The second means insect or worm. This affair begins simply enough. As you may surmise, I am not someone who can be seen in public without great risk. Wampo Garden is an excellent place to hide. No police or triad presence, and minimal interest in things that lurk in the shadows. Unfortunately for me, Elder Ing discovered me through communion with her spirits. Rather than kill or chase me away, she came to me with a proposition. Ing and the other elders were having problems with one of their number. An elder named Magpie had been holding many of their plans hostage and would not budge. They could not remove Magpie, however, because her services were too useful to the Wampoans at the time. Ing offered me payment to dispose of Magpie, and I accepted. Blue shoots you a sidelong glance, tusks bared as he grits his jaw. Where the hell are we talking this thing, Fist? It's a goddamn ghoul, and you know what they're like. Really, what, pray tell, am I like? All teeth and claws and bad manners, I expect. Really, you want to crack jokes, you cannibal? Wu takes an involuntary step forward, raising his rifle. You're the kind of monster who devour a family just because it's convenient. Remember the 162's, Fists? He's just like one of them. The 162's were a gang, Wu, in the Barrens. Like, that makes a bit of difference. Go on then, talk to the monsters. but I'm keeping my finger on the goddamn trigger. I believe that we were speaking of the Elder's plans to have me kill Magpie. Surely you must be a little curious about that. Didn't clean up all of her blood. I found some in her drain. Ah, unfortunate. I thought I was careful enough. Having it on my hands must have obscured my sense of smell enough that I missed the last remnants in the drain. I disposed of Magpie's body by emptying the blood in her bathroom, and I cut her up into more portable pieces. Those were placed in a plastic top, which I took to the storm drains and hid. Yet you nonchalantly waves a hand, his tone flat and unconcerned. It's unfortunate, but my survival depends upon the consumption of raw metahuman flesh. Letting such nourishment go to waste would be a foolish error. That doesn't explain everything. Afford me a moment, I'll explain the rest to you. I contacted the Elders, not in person, of course, since they are to arrange payment. I assumed that since the job was done, Ing would be a woman of her word. Baring his teeth, Gaishu hisses his next words across his clenched teeth. I was mistaken. I arrived at the nearby parking garage the Elders had told me about. When they cleared out some of the other Wampoans under some pretense. Though I'm not sure what ruse they used. The Elders never show up, though. Instead, several members of the Hong Kong police force arrive. They were more heavily armed than usual, so I suspect they knew nothing of my nature. I heard about the fight. You expect me to believe you took on a police squad and won? Of course, I survived as a ghoul for some years now, on the streets of Hong Kong. If that isn't evidence enough of my tenacity, I doubt any words I can say to you will change your mind. A betrayal of that sort cannot stand. Not only was I not paid for my time and effort, the Wampoan Elders treated me like a common animal. And I am so much more than that. Reputation is everything, and I had none. I'd hoped to build a network of contacts so that I could be able to continue finding work, but with that treachery, my hopes were dashed. I decided to become the monster that they feared. One by one, I have eliminated them. They know how to contact me, and they could have ended their nightmare at any time by making amends. I would have asked for more money, but I would have ceased my hunt, yet they did not. Instead, they contacted you, no doubt in asking you to eliminate me where the police had failed. So I ask, what now? What will you do? Will you attempt to finish what the Wampoan started, or will you treat me with the same humanity I have shown you? Let me ask you some questions. Very well, what would you like to know? Did you eat the Elders? Some of them, not all. Good. My condition requires that I consume raw metahuman flesh. I do not require a great deal to survive, perhaps 3 or 4 pounds per week. Consequently, there is vastly more supply than demand. Why would the Elders have you killed instead of paying you? Any number of reasons. They're notorious cheapskates and will always try to save money when dealing with outsiders. It could be their natural inclination towards profit. They may regard me as subhuman and therefore unworthy of respect. It would be that they felt I was too dangerous to allow to live. It could even be that they simply did not like me. The net result was the same, however. They reneged on a deal we brokered and attempted to have me killed. A message must be sent. Blood must be paid. As they have hired you to kill me, they obviously have not learned their lesson. I'll let you live. What will you do? Kill the rest of the Elders and anyone else they send to exterminate me. It's a matter of survival. Should I ever have the opportunity to work freelance again, potential employers need to understand the price of betrayal. These murders are my curriculum vitae in revenge. Then what will you do? How will this story end? Come and work with me. I can be your face. Curious offer. And what of the Elders? Will you allow me the satisfaction of killing them? I want to see what they have to say first. I would counsel you not to believe their words, but you have the sound of one who is wary as a matter of course. Very well.
Sounds like you're gonna let us wait a bit until a bit later in the night. Most pedestrians will be off the street, and it will be easier for us to approach the Wampoa without being noticed. Sounds like a good plan. Oh, not much. We just have I just have a ghoul in samurai armor following us. Well. As you approach Elder Ing's eyes widen. Elder Ing's eyes widen, her mouth falls open, and her veins on her neck bulge. What are you doing? You brought this thing into our home? Quick, kill it before it kills us. Porter hefts his pistol warily, but does not aim it at anyone. Yeah, I have to say, this isn't a good idea. What the hell is a ghoul in here? Why the hell is a ghoul in here, and why is it wearing armor? Calm yourselves, I am not an it. Your elders know this intimately. Gaichu bares his teeth in a rictus grin as he turns to face Ing. Good evening, Elder Ing. I can smell your fear, and I'm glad of this. It means you're learning the price of betrayal. Hey, I don't like your ghoul friend. Well, can somebody... What the hell is going on here? Can someone explain to me why the ghoul is talking? Gaichu had a contract with the elders and they betrayed him. You dare to accuse us of conspiring with a monster and covering it up? You're insane. The very idea is preposterous. Porter nods at the elders, looking back at you with a wary expression. I'm interested to hear what kind of evidence you have to support this theory, Fist. As far as I can tell, this monster killed Tong and the others, and that makes them a threat to anyone who should be, and that makes them a threat that should be eliminated. The elders hired Gaichu to kill Elder Magpie and make it look like she disappeared. You believe this vermin? This creature that feasts on metahuman flesh? That kills and dismembers our tribesmen? You're a naive and foolish man, if that's the case. Ing spits on the ground in front of Gaichu. What proof do you have that Magpie is dead? Ing, please. In matters where the elder is accused of breaking our law, the other elders will generally judge them. In matters where all of them have been accused, I am authorized to act as judge. Make your case, Shadowrunner. I found Magpie's necklace in this... Let's see here. There was a large amount of blood in her storm drain. So what? Perhaps she cut herself. And watch the cutoff, or perhaps you're mistaken about it being blood. You're simply guessing as to what happened? That's true, I guess. Even if it is her blood, that doesn't prove that the elders hired this ghoul to kill her. I found Magpie's necklace in the storm drain. That is definitely an Elder Magpie's. If you found it in storm drain, that's suspicious. Hardly proof on its own. Of course that's not proof. The number of things lost on the storm drains in Hong Kong must number in the tens of thousands per year. While it's unusual, it's hardly evidence of foul play. She hasn't been seen in a month. Not by anyone. She wouldn't just disappear like that. That may be unlikely, but it's hardly impossible. I haven't established that the elders were involved until... All you've done is make suppositions about it. What proof do you have that we hired and betrayed this creature? I won't sit by and listen to idle accusation without any kind of concrete evidence to back it up. I don't have to fight with the Hong Kong police force. What do you mean? What does that have to do with the elders of the Gruul? You Wampoans don't allow police inside the area. Why make an exception this time? Police were polite and asked our commission to enter. They were hunting a non-Wampoan. That was reason enough for us to allow them in. That doesn't add up, Ing. Why would the police ask us for entry now? They've never been polite before, and they've always tried to force their way in here. It just doesn't ring true to me. Did you ask them to come in order to hunt down this ghoul? Preposterous. Porter, you know that what our community is like. You wouldn't lie over something like this. This ghoul has been lying the entire time, trying to cover his tracks. He brutally murdered several elders. That's true, those murders were vicious and cruel. I don't see any way to explain that away. The ghoul is a monster for how he killed Tong and the others. Tong wasn't tortured. There was no actual residue. There was no astral residue of pain or fear. He didn't even feel the blow. That's correct. I struck a single blow while his back was to me. His death was instant. Regrettable that he had to die for your folly, but necessary to protect my reputation. You cannot believe what these people say. They're not to be trusted. And even if this is true, he still killed Tong. Maybe sowing, but a monster would not take Tong's suffering into account. He may be a killer, but he's not heartless. The scene of Tong's murder is like the other. It was a deliberate sham. It was made to look more horrific than it was. I believe you. The blood smearing on the walls, the removal of his skin, that's a scene designed to evoke horror, not the scene of an actual fight. Elders, what do you have to say in response? This is a farce. We have dedicated ourselves to protecting the Wampoan tribe and everyone who lives in Wampoa Garden. You really believe outsiders are monsters over our word? We who have only tried to end the killings? You've been duped, Porter. You and this Shadowrunner. I concur, Porter. You know me. You're the kind of person you know the kind of person I am. I wouldn't be a party to a killing of another elder. I can't believe we're even entertaining the notion that we have to defend ourselves. We should be disposing of this ghoul instead. If you think that I'll forget this, you're sorely mistaken. I'll not tolerate this kind of insult. The elders were all too happy to have the red spears move into the garage. Almost like they wanted to keep anyone curious almost like they wanted to keep anyone curious about the fight away. That's right, Ep. You even told me not to go find out what happened with the fight. You said Red Spear gangers were moving in, and to leave them alone. Why would you tell me not to look into it? I was only trying to protect you from the Red Spears. They're dangerous, which is why I wanted to deal with them directly. Magpie's gear was missing. Obviously missing. Why didn't Ip tell me that? You would have had to notice, and Magpie's shop is locked up. What did he not want me in? Why didn't he want me investigating? Pure supposition. Pure supposition. You think that it proves something that I didn't notice equipment was missing? Magpie's shop was always a horrible mess. Tang, you did a full inventory of Magpie's Matrix servers. You assured us that everything was running fine and that you would be able to continue her work. I find it hard to believe that you missed something as obvious as missing equipment, especially while searching her stock. That's all I got. Alright. I think I have some idea of what's going on here. And? What do you believe the real story is? The waters are too muddy on this matter. The ghoul who seems to be telling some of the truth, and I respect that. But the fact remains he is a dangerous creature who killed many of our number. Our law remains clear on this. He must die. You seem to be blameless in this, Fist. What do you say in this decision? I'm not gonna let you kill Gaishu. And you too must die, Ip. Oh, okay, so we're fighting. We're fighting. Sorry, Porter. Sorry, Porter.
could basically change my stance like in Neo or something. That's good. Sorry, Samurai. Hey, Ian Oblivion, how's it going? Are we doing well? Oh, let me give you a shout out. I saw the news. Congratulations on hitting affiliate. You do. You do have a diamond. Finishing up the end of this mission. Oh, nice. Oh gosh. Did it? Did you finally wrap it up, or as the elders fall to the floor, you stop and survey the carnage around you? Well, we tried, but peace was never an option. It is accomplished. No more betrayers alive. No more worry that others may think they can take advantage of me. Lead the way. I look forward to our new business partnership. Sure. Is this shop still open? No? Oh, yeah. Yeah, just don't even sweat that. Yeah. All right, we got Gaichu to roll with us, which is wild. Hong Kong is really cool. However, I think nobody wants to hang out in this part of town anymore. We killed some people. So, people that we basically won an optional fight, and yeah. We're not making as much, but we got a new party member. MTR rockets noiselessly towards Haoi along the edge. Pretty much, yeah. Or along the edge of the Kowloon Bay. The black water glitters in the night along with the light of 1,000 reflected storefronts. Gaichu stares sightlessly out the window, one hand pressed to the glass. The Wampo and elders are dead! They forced your hand and paid the price for it. Their story was a cleverly crafted lie, meant to put the ghoul to death for their greed, but their trade was the trade you made worth it? The uncertainty of that choice is clouded as the sky above you. I mean, largely it's because the thing is, I had all the evidence that I needed, and I presented all the evidence, but for whatever reason, the game decided, no, we're not letting you have this. I was missing one piece of evidence from not bringing the right person with me. And yeah. Oh, by the way, I can get my levels up. I mean, 99 damage to any hostile spirit. I can gain control of rats, of hostile spirits, or I can destroy any hostile spirit instantly. I like gaining control of hostile spirits just to you know, turn them against their, you know, them against their own shaman, guaranteed. Espionage. I like that. Lethal force. Crowd control. Like that. Ooh, I got two here. Ghoul, gain ability rip. Force. I could gain a shuriken ability, or I can gain a ghoul ability. Gain ability spit. No, I like this. Alright. Shotgun mount, rotary cell. Of course I like shotgun mounts. As a tribute to Glug P Trash, Shotgun Enthusiast, and Mage. I like all these selections, quite honestly. Alright, I gotta wrap up here shortly because
because I have a hard out. But I will be back in a few hours for more running in the shadows. We did gain 8 karma points. You know what? I'm going to think about this. I'm going to think about karma, the way that my karma is going to be spent. I'll spend karma at the start of the stream. Hopefully the next mission will have more fighting in it than talking, because I did a lot of talking. Oh my gosh. That wore me out on the narrative lore aspect. It was good. It was really good. Fistifer. That's right. Fist for short. Fistifer de Orange is his given name. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like, I mean, we had Grunt Scum, we had Glug P Trash, and now we have Fistifer de Orange. All metahumans. So yeah, I mean, you know, we're just kind of delivering more of the high quality names of Shadowrun. Anyway, all right, it's time. Yeah, thank you, Ian Oblivion. All right, come on. Oh, you. There you go.